Story 1. My girlfriend said her sister's graduation was immediate family only, a very small ceremony. I sent flowers to be supportive. That evening, her sister's Instagram story showed 200 plus guests, my girlfriend giving a toast with her ex-boyfriend's arm around her. The tag read, "Reunited and it feels so good." Her dad commented, "The one that got away finally came back." She showed me 3 photos of just her and her sister. I just smiled and congratulated her. 4 days later, she's screaming into my voicemail. I need to tell someone this. I need to say it out loud, even if it's just typing into the void, because keeping it inside is making me feel like I'm going to crack open. 4 months ago, I thought I knew what love looked like. Her name was Rachel. We'd been together for 2 years, not perfect, but good enough that I'd started imagining things. Real things. The kind of future you don't just daydream about but actually plan for in quiet moments when you're falling asleep next to someone. She worked in marketing, had this infectious laugh that made everyone in a room turn toward her, and she knew exactly how to make me feel like I mattered. Like I was seen. I'm a software engineer. Remote work, decent salary, nothing glamorous. I'm not the guy who walks into a room and commands attention. I'm the one who notices the small things, the way someone's voice changes when they're lying, the hesitation before they answer a question, the micro expressions that flash across a face before they remember to smile. It's made me good at my job. It's also made me good at pretending I don't see things I probably should confront. Rachel's little sister Melissa was graduating from college in early June. Business degree, full honors, the golden child of the family. Rachel had been talking about it for months, how proud she was, how her parents were throwing this intimate ceremony at their house upstate. Just immediate family, she kept saying. Mom's being really particular about it. You know how she gets about these things. I did know. Rachel's mother, Patricia, was the kind of woman who sent back wine at restaurants and corrected people's grammar at dinner parties. The few times I'd met her, she'd looked at me like I was a stain on her daughter's potential. Her father, Richard, was friendlier but distant, the type who asked about your job once and never remembered the answer. I wish you could come, Rachel said the week before, curled up on my couch with her laptop, scrolling through what looked like vendor emails. But Mom's been so stressed about the headcount. It's literally just going to be like 15 people. Super boring anyway. You'd hate it. I get it, I said, and I meant it. Family stuff could be complicated. I wasn't about to push myself into a situation where I wasn't wanted. Just take lots of pictures. She kissed my cheek. You're the best. The morning of the graduation, I wanted to do something nice. Something that would show I was thinking about them even if I couldn't be there. I ordered a massive bouquet, white roses, blue hydrangeas, those delicate things that look expensive because they are, and had it delivered to the family house with a card that read, "Congratulations Melissa. Wishing you all the best. Jake." Rachel texted me a photo around noon. The flowers, sitting on what looked like an entryway table. These are gorgeous. Melissa loved them. Thank you, babe. I felt good about it. Proud, even. Like I'd done the right supportive boyfriend thing. That feeling lasted exactly 7 hours. I was watching something forgettable on Netflix, half asleep on the couch, when I mindlessly opened Instagram. I wasn't looking for anything. Just scrolling the way you do when your brain needs something to chew on but nothing substantial. Rachel hadn't posted anything all day, which made sense, she was at the ceremony. Then Melissa's story popped up. The first slide was a group photo. Easily 50 people crammed into what looked like a massive backyard. String lights, a tent, catering tables with those silver warming trays. A banner that read "Congrats Melissa." Stretched between 2 trees. Champagne glasses everywhere. People in cocktail dresses and suits. A violinist in the corner. This wasn't 15 people. This wasn't intimate. I sat up, my chest tightening. I swiped to the next slide. Rachel. Center frame. Holding a microphone, mid-toast, her face glowing with that public-facing smile she used at work events. She wore the navy dress she bought last month, the one she said was too fancy for anything we'd ever do. Her hair was done in that elaborate updo she only wore for special occasions, the kind that takes 2 hours at a salon. And there, behind her, with his arm draped casually around her shoulders like it belonged there, was a guy I'd never seen before. Tall. Angular jaw. The kind of conventionally handsome that makes you feel inadequate just looking at him. Expensive watch. Hair that probably required product with a French name. He was looking down at her while she spoke, this easy proprietary smile on his face, like he'd stood in that exact spot 1,000 times before. The tag read, "Reunited and it feels so good." I stared at my phone. My hands had gone cold. I swiped again. Another photo. Rachel and this guy, posed together by the bar. Her hand on his chest. His hand on her waist. Both of them laughing at something off camera. Another. The whole family, Patricia, Richard, Melissa, Rachel, and him. A formal portrait. He was standing where I should have been if this were actually the intimate family gathering she'd described. Patricia had her hand on his shoulder. Richard was shaking his hand. I went back to the toast photo and zoomed in on the comments. Patricia, so wonderful to have everyone here. Special thanks to our amazing caterer. Richard, the one that got away finally came back. Someone named Jennifer, you two are still so cute together. Melissa, best day ever. Love you all. And Rachel had liked every single comment. I sat there for 20 minutes, just staring at the screen. My brain was trying to process it in pieces because taking it all in at once felt impossible. She'd lied. Elaborately, specifically lied. About the guest count. About it being family only. About it being boring. She'd invented an entire narrative to keep me away, and now she was at this massive party with her arm around some guy her father called the one that got away. My phone buzzed. Rachel, texting. Just finished the ceremony. It was beautiful. Heading to dinner now with the fam. Love you. I looked at the text. Then at Instagram. Then back at the text. She'd been tagged in 6 more photos in the last 10 minutes. All at the party. All showing the same massive celebration she'd explicitly told me didn't exist. I didn't respond. 2 hours later, another text. You okay? You're being quiet. I stared at those words. The casual concern. The little frowny face emoji she'd added. She was checking in, making sure her lie was holding, ensuring I hadn't seen anything that might unravel her careful construction. This wasn't worry about me. This was quality control. I typed and deleted 4 different responses. Each one felt too revealing, too honest, too much like showing my hand before I'd figured out what cards I was even holding. Finally settled on, yeah, just tired. How was it? The response came immediately, like she'd been waiting by her phone. Perfect. So glad it's over though. Talk tomorrow? Sure. I set my phone face down on my desk. My apartment felt different suddenly. Smaller. The walls seemed closer. Every surface Rachel had touched, the couch where she'd curled up this morning, the coffee mug she'd used, the bathroom where she'd showered off whatever guilt she might have been carrying, all of it felt contaminated by the lie she'd brought into my space. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay in bed, staring at my ceiling, replaying every conversation we'd had about this graduation. Every detail she'd given me. Every time she'd reinforced that I couldn't come because it was too small, too private, too family-focused. She hadn't just lied once. She'd built an architecture of deception, and she'd done it so casually that I'd never questioned it. The next morning, Rachel came over around 11. She knocked even though she had a key, which should have been my first clue something was off. She looked tired, her makeup lighter than usual, wearing jeans and an old sweatshirt. Hey, she said, stepping inside and immediately going to the kitchen to pour herself coffee. Sorry I'm late. Last night was exhausting. Yeah? I was sitting at my desk, my laptop open to nothing in particular. How was the ceremony? Good. Really nice. Melissa cried during her speech. She settled onto the couch, pulling her knees up. Mom went overboard on the flowers, as usual. The whole house smelled like a funeral home. Must have been nice having just the family there. Intimate. It was. She sipped her coffee. Hey, can I use your shower? I came straight from my parents' place and I feel disgusting. Sure. She disappeared down the hall. I heard the water start. I pulled out my phone and opened Instagram again. The photos were still there. Over 100 by now, all public, all tagged. Rachel appeared in maybe 30 of them. The guy, I'd figured out his name was Connor from the tags, was in almost as many. When Rachel came out 15 minutes later, toweling her hair, I'd made a decision. How was the drive back? I asked. Not bad. Hit some traffic near the city, but nothing terrible. She sat next to me, smelling like my shampoo. What do you want to do today? We could get brunch. I'm starving. Actually, I have something for you. I pulled out my phone and opened my Photos app. I'd screenshotted 3 images from Melissa's Instagram story, ones that only showed Rachel and Melissa together, carefully cropped to exclude Connor and the massive party in the background. I saw these on Melissa's story last night. You guys looked really happy. Rachel took my phone, her face softening. Oh, these are sweet. Yeah, it was a good day. You looked beautiful in that dress. Thanks. She handed my phone back. I'm glad I got to be there for her. Me too. I smiled. Held her gaze. Want to grab that brunch? Absolutely. We went to the diner 3 blocks away, the one with the cracked vinyl booths and laminated menus that hadn't changed since the 90s. It was our place, or at least, I'd thought it was. Now I wondered how many other things I'd claimed as ours that she'd been mentally categorizing as temporary placeholders until something better came along. She ordered eggs Benedict. I got pancakes I didn't eat. The waitress, an older woman named Diane who knew us by sight, smiled when she brought our coffee. You two are always so cute together, she said, pouring with that practice steadiness servers develop over decades. My husband and I used to come here when we were dating. 42 years ago now. Rachel beamed at her. That's beautiful. Diane walked away, and Rachel reached across the table to take my hand. Her thumb traced small circles on my palm, a gesture she'd done 1,000 times before, something that usually made me feel anchored. Connected. Now it felt like a performance. Every touch calculated. Every smile rehearsed. We talked about her work, about my latest project, about whether we should drive to the coast next weekend. She mentioned her coworker's engagement party in 2 weeks, asked if I wanted to go with her, said she'd already told them she was bringing A+1. Normal couple things. Safe topics. Future plans that extended beyond this moment, these lies, this version of reality she was selling. She laughed at my jokes. She reached across the table to squeeze my hand when I mentioned my mom's upcoming surgery, something I'd told her about last week that she clearly remembered, because she asked specific follow-up questions about the hospital and the recovery time. She was exactly the person I'd fallen in love with. Attentive. Thoughtful. Present. And I couldn't touch the part of me that was screaming. My pancakes sat in front of me, untouched except for a few token cuts with my fork. Rachel noticed. You feeling okay? You barely ate. Stomach's a little off. Want to get it to go? We can head back to your place, watch something mindless. Yeah. That sounds good. She paid, insisted on it, said it was her treat, and we walked back to my apartment in the late morning sun. She held my hand the whole way. At one point, she stopped to take a photo of a dog sitting in a cafe window, this little French bulldog with its face pressed against the glass. She showed me the picture, laughing. Look how cute. I looked. The dog was cute. Everything was cute in the world Rachel was presenting to me. Uncomplicated. Simple. We got back to my place and she settled onto the couch, pulling me down next to her. She smelled like my shampoo and her perfume, something floral and expensive her mother had given her for Christmas. She tucked herself under my arm, her head on my chest, and I could feel her breathing. Slow. Relaxed. Content. This is nice, she murmured. Just us. Just us. Like Connor didn't exist. Like the party with 200 guests hadn't happened. Like her father's comment about the one that got away was something I'd imagined. I ran my fingers through her hair, another gesture we'd shared hundreds of times, and felt absolutely nothing. Because here's what I'd realized, sitting on my bathroom floor at 3 a.m. while she slept in my bed, this wasn't an impulsive lie. This was calculated. She'd had weeks to tell me the truth. Weeks to say, actually, it's a bigger party, and my ex is going to be there. She could have invited me. She could have been honest. Instead, she'd constructed an elaborate fiction, maintained it through multiple conversations, and then stood in front of 200 people with another man's arm around her while her father publicly celebrated his return. And now she was sitting across from me, eating eggs, acting like nothing had happened. That meant she thought I didn't know. That meant she thought she could control the narrative. That meant she thought I was exactly dumb enough to believe whatever she told me. I smiled and poured her more coffee. You're quiet, she said, halfway through her meal. Just thinking. About what? How lucky I am. She grinned, this real unguarded thing that made my chest hurt. Sap. We finished brunch. Walked back to my place. She stayed until evening, curled up on the couch while I pretended to work. Around 7, she kissed me goodbye. I'll text you tomorrow, she said at the door. Can't wait. She left. I locked the door behind her. Then I sat down at my desk and opened my laptop. I'm a software engineer, remember? I'm good at finding things. Connor Whitmore. 29. Finance. Worked at Morgan Stanley. Grew up in the same Connecticut suburb as Rachel. They'd dated for 3 years in college, broken up right before graduation because, according to a blog post I found from Rachel's sophomore year, sometimes people want different things and that's okay. His Instagram was private, but his LinkedIn was wide open. So was his Facebook, where his profile picture was, I'm not making this up, him and Rachel at what looked like prom, his arm around her waist, both of them young and perfect and obviously in love. The caption, from 8 years ago, best night with the best person. He'd liked 17 of Rachel's Instagram posts in the last 2 months. She'd liked 12 of his. There were comments. Casual, friendly things. Looks amazing. Under a photo of her at a work event. Killing it under one of his marathon posts. The kind of thing that looks innocent unless you know context. Unless you understand that every like is a ping of connection, every comment a breadcrumb trail back to something that supposedly ended years ago. I kept digging. Deeper than I probably should have, but I couldn't stop. It was like picking at a wound, painful but compulsive. An old Twitter thread from Rachel's college roommate, from 6 years ago, are still crying about see someone please tell her there are other men in Connecticut. Another tweet, 2 weeks later, are finally agreed to delete his number. Progress. And then, a month after that, never mind. They're texting again. I give up. A Venmo transaction from 3 months ago, Rachel to Connor, with a coffee emoji. $75. Too much for one coffee. Maybe 2 meetings. Maybe lunch. Maybe drinks that turned into dinner that turned into whatever else I didn't want to imagine. A restaurant review Rachel had posted 4 months back, geotagged to a place in Lower Manhattan. A photo of pasta, carefully arranged, soft focus, the kind of picture you take when you're trying to capture a moment, not just a meal. Connor had commented, "Best pasta in the city. Glad you finally tried it." Finally. Like he'd been suggesting it for a while. Like they'd had ongoing conversations about where to eat. I'd never been to that restaurant with her. She'd told me she went with coworkers. Jan and somebody else from the marketing team, she'd said. They'd gotten wine drunk and complained about their boss. She'd come home smelling like garlic and tomatoes and kissed me and told me about her day. Another lie. Another edited version of reality where I was given just enough information to feel included while being systematically excluded from the truth. I found more. A LinkedIn endorsement Connor had given Rachel 6 months ago for creative strategy. She'd returned it, endorsing him for relationship management. Professional. Innocent. Except I'd watched her deliberate over LinkedIn endorsements before, she agonized about them, worried about seeming insincere or obligated. She'd never mentioned endorsing Connor. Never mentioned he'd endorsed her. An old Tumblr account Rachel had abandoned years ago, before we met. Posts about heartbreak, about missing someone, about trying to move on. The last post, dated 5 years ago, sometimes the hardest person to get over is the one who made you feel like you could be anyone. No name. But the timestamp was 3 months after her breakup with Connor. I closed my laptop. My hands were shaking. Not from anger, not yet. From this creeping, comprehensive understanding that I'd been living in a curated reality for months, maybe longer. Every story she'd told me, every explanation, every casual mention of where she'd been or who she'd seen, I had to question all of it now. The graduation wasn't an anomaly. It was just the first time she'd been sloppy enough to leave evidence I couldn't ignore. My phone buzzed. Rachel, home safe. Thank you for today. I love you. 3 words I'd heard 1,000 times. 3 words that used to feel like an anchor. Now they felt like weights tied to my ankles, pulling me under. I typed back, love you too. The lie tasted like metal in my mouth. Then I started planning. Here's the thing people don't tell you about revenge, it's not about rage. Rage is hot and fast and stupid. Rage makes mistakes. What I felt was colder than that. Cleaner. I didn't want to hurt her because I was angry. I wanted her to understand exactly what she'd done. I wanted her to feel the same hollow sensation I felt when I looked at those photos, that bottomless drop when you realize someone you trusted has been editing reality around you for months. But I couldn't just confront her. That would give her a chance to explain, to cry, to spin some story about how it wasn't what it looked like. She was good at that, at making you feel like your perception was the problem, not her actions. No. I needed her to confront herself. The next 3 days were careful. Normal. Rachel texted me updates about work drama, photos of her lunch, complaints about her gym being crowded. I responded appropriately. I asked questions. I sent heart emojis. I was the perfect boyfriend. While I was doing that, I was also doing something else. I created a burner email address. Something anonymous and untraceable. Then I spent 6 hours combing through every public photo from Melissa's graduation, every comment, every tag. I compiled them into a folder, 28 images total, all showing the party Rachel had told me didn't exist, all showing Connor with his arm around her like they'd never been apart. Then I looked at Rachel's social media. Really looked. Not just her Instagram, but her Facebook, her old Twitter, her LinkedIn, her Pinterest boards. I found her coworkers' accounts. Her college friends. Her extended family. And I found her mother's book club mailing list. Patricia ran a book club for women in her social circle. 15 members, all listed publicly on a community website. The kind of women who cared deeply about appearances, about propriety, about what their daughters were doing and who they were doing it with. The kind of women who would have opinions about their friend's daughter parading around with her college ex-boyfriend while supposedly in a serious relationship. I didn't use it yet. I just noted it. Tucked it away. On the 4th day, Rachel called me around 6. I was making dinner, something simple that required no attention. Hey, babe, she said, her voice bright. What are you up to? Just cooking. You? Leaving work finally. Hey, random question, are you free this weekend? My parents want to have us up for dinner. They've been asking about you. I stopped stirring. Yeah? Yeah. I think Mom's finally coming around. She mentioned wanting to get to know you better. I figured it might be nice. Low pressure. Just dinner. Connor going to be there? Silence. Long enough that I could hear the city noise in her background, sirens, someone shouting, a bus releasing air brakes. What? She said finally. Connor. Your ex. The one that got away. Is he invited to this family dinner, or is this another immediate family-only situation? More silence. Then, Jake, what are you talking about? I saw the photos, Rachel. From Melissa's graduation. All 200 guests worth. I saw you giving the toast with his arm around you. I saw your dad's comment. I saw everything. I could hear her breathing. Fast, shallow breaths like she'd been running. Then traffic noise, a horn, someone shouting, the hydraulic hiss of a bus. She was outside somewhere, probably on the street, trying to process this in public. I can explain, she said finally. Her voice had changed. Smaller. Younger. The confident marketing executive tone completely gone. I'm sure you can. You're excellent at explaining things. Like how it was going to be 15 people when it was actually a massive party. Like how you needed to go alone when really you just didn't want me there while you reconnected with your ex. It's not, Jake, you don't understand. Then help me understand. Right now. No more stories. Just truth. Can we do this in person? I'm getting in my car. I can be there in 20 minutes. The desperation in her voice was almost enough to make me hesitate. Almost. But I'd learned something in the last 4 days. Giving her time meant giving her opportunity to craft another narrative, to smooth the edges of what happened, to find a way to make me doubt what I'd seen with my own eyes. No. Right now. On the phone. Or we're done. Another pause. I heard a car door slam. The muffled sound of her settling into the driver's seat. She wasn't starting the car yet. She was buying time, I realized. Sitting in her car in whatever parking lot she'd been in, trying to figure out which version of the truth would work best. Connor reached out a few months ago, she said finally, her voice smaller now. He wanted to reconnect. As friends. Just catch up. And I thought it would be fine because we're both adults and it's been years and I'm with you now. So I met him for coffee. 4 months ago. $75 at a place in Manhattan you told me you went to with coworkers. Silence. Longer this time. I could practically hear her recalculating, trying to figure out how much I knew, what else I'd found. Were you tracking my Venmo? The deflection was so immediate, so reflexive, that it actually made me laugh. Not a real laugh. Something bitter and sharp. Were you lying to me for 4 months? I didn't tell you because I knew you'd react like this. I knew you'd make it into something it wasn't. What is it, Rachel? It's nothing. He's part of my family's life, okay? He was always close with my parents. He used to come to holidays. He was at my grandmother's funeral. He's been in my life longer than he was out of it. When Melissa's graduation came up, Mom invited him because he's like family to them. And yes, I knew he'd be there, and yes, I should have told you, but I also knew you'd be weird about it and I just wanted one day without drama. So you lied. I simplified. You told me it was 15 people. I didn't want you to feel left out. I didn't feel left out until I saw photos of you with his arm around you while your dad talked about how he's the one that got away. That's just how my dad talks. He's dramatic. It doesn't mean anything. She was crying now. I could hear it in her voice, the way the words were getting tangled in her throat. My dad says stuff like that about everyone. He called the gardener the Michelangelo of hedges last week. He's hyperbolic. It's just his personality. Then why hide it? Why lie about the size of the party? Why lie about seeing Connor? Why make me send flowers to a party I was deliberately excluded from so you could spend the day with your ex? Because I knew you couldn't handle it. Her voice cracked. I knew you'd turn it into this whole thing where you'd be insecure and jealous and we'd fight, and I just wanted to support my sister without having to manage your feelings about a guy I dated in college. There it was. The real answer underneath all the explanations. The truth she'd been avoiding. She thought I needed to be managed. She thought my feelings were an inconvenience to be navigated around rather than honored. She thought the solution to my potential discomfort wasn't honesty and communication, it was deception and control. So you do think I'm stupid, I said quietly. That's not what I said. You think I'm the kind of person who can't handle reality, so you decided to edit it for me. You thought you could control what I knew and didn't know, and I'd just go along with whatever version of events you presented. Jake, here's the thing, Rachel. I could have handled you having coffee with your ex. I could have handled him being at the graduation. What I can't handle is you lying to me for months, constructing elaborate stories to keep me in the dark, and then acting like I'm the problem for finding out the truth. So what are you saying? I'm saying we're done. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't come by. We're done. Wait, Jake, please. I hung up. My hands were steady. My heart was pounding, but my hands were steady. 3 seconds later, she called back. I declined it. She called again. Declined. On the fourth call, I turned my phone off entirely and set it on my desk. Then I went back to my computer and opened that folder of photos. 28 images of Rachel's lies. Of Connor's arm around her. Of her family welcoming him back like I'd never existed. I attached all of them to an email. The subject line, "Thought you should know." The body, Rachel has been seeing her ex-boyfriend Connor behind her partner Jake's back for months. These photos are from Melissa's graduation last week, which Rachel told Jake was immediate family only so she could spend the day with Connor without Jake knowing. She's been lying to Jake while maintaining her relationship with Connor and involving her whole family in the deception. Thought her friends and family should know the truth about who they're celebrating. I didn't sign it. I didn't need to. Then I pulled up Patricia's book club mailing list. 15 women who cared about reputation, about morality, about doing the right thing. 15 women who would absolutely have thoughts about their friend's daughter's behavior. I hovered my cursor over the send button. My phone, still off, sat on my desk. Rachel was probably calling over and over. Probably panicking. Probably crafting her next explanation, her next version of events where somehow this was all a misunderstanding and I was overreacting. I thought about the last 2 years. The good parts were real, I believed that. But so were the lies. She'd looked at me every day for 4 months, knowing she was seeing Connor, knowing she was hiding it, knowing her family was in on it, and she'd smiled and kissed me and told me she loved me. She'd thought I was too stupid to figure it out. She'd thought I was manageable. I clicked send. The email whooshed away into the void. 15 women who would forward it to 15 more. 15 more who would forward it to Patricia directly, demanding answers, expressing shock, sharing their disappointment. By morning, everyone in Rachel's mother's social circle would know. By afternoon, it would reach Rachel's extended family. By evening, her co-workers who were Facebook friends with her cousins. The thing about a small lie is you can contain it. You can explain it away, control the narrative, manage the damage. But when you lie to everyone, when you involve your entire family in deceiving your partner, when you're stupid enough to document everything on social media, you can't contain that. The truth moves faster than any explanation you can craft. I turned my phone back on. 17 missed calls from Rachel. 23 texts. 4 voicemails. I didn't listen to them. Not yet. Instead, I poured myself a drink, something I rarely did, but the moment felt like it required ceremony, and I sat on my couch in the dark, waiting. The first voicemail came through around midnight. Rachel, crying so hard I could barely understand her. "Jake, please pick up. Please. I don't know what you did but people are calling my mom. Her friends are calling her. They're asking about Connor and about me lying to you and I don't. Jake, what did you do? What did you send? Please call me back. Please. We can fix this. Whatever you sent, we can explain it. Just please call me. I deleted it." The second voicemail came at 1:15 a.m. My mother just called me. She's getting emails from everyone in her book club. Someone sent them photos from Melissa's graduation. Someone told them I've been cheating on you. "Jake, was this you? Did you do this? Why would you? We could have talked about this. We could have worked it out. You didn't have to do this. You didn't have to involve my mother's friends. You didn't have to humiliate my whole family." Her voice had shifted. Less crying, more anger. But there was fear underneath it. The third voicemail came at 2 a.m. "You're a coward. You know that? A coward who can't even confront me to my face. You had to send some anonymous email like a child. You're pathetic. You're insecure and pathetic and I dodged a bullet. Connor was right about you. He said you were, forget it. Don't ever contact me again. Lose my number." I listened to that one twice. Connor was right about you. So they'd been talking about me. Analyzing me. Probably laughing about me. The fourth voicemail came at 3:30 a.m. Just crying. 2 minutes of broken, gasping sobs. Then, barely audible, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please." I deleted all of them. By morning, my phone was silent. No more calls. No more texts. I checked Instagram. Rachel had deleted all photos of us from her account. Every single one. 2 years of documented relationship, gone. Her account was private now. So was Melissa's. Connor stayed private. But the damage was done. Screenshots live forever. The emails had already circulated. Rachel's mother's entire social network now knew her daughter had been lying to her boyfriend while reconnecting with her ex. They knew she'd involved her family in the deception. They knew she'd stood at her sister's graduation with Connor's arm around her while her father publicly celebrated their reunion. You can't delete that. You can't explain it away. Once your mother's friends think you're morally compromised, you're done. Those women were the backbone of Patricia's social standing. They were the network that got Melissa internships, that attended charity events, that formed the upper-middle-class Connecticut ecosystem Rachel's family lived in. And now they knew. I didn't hear from Rachel for 3 more days. Then, on Thursday evening, my phone rang. Unknown number. I answered. Jake? It was Melissa. She sounded exhausted. Yeah. Can we talk? Just for a minute. I'm not calling to yell at you or anything. I just want to understand what happened. Did Rachel send you? No. She doesn't know I'm calling. She's staying with me right now. She's not doing great. That's not my problem. I know. I get that. Look, I'm not defending what she did. She lied to you. That was wrong. But the email you sent, the photos, my mom's friends are tearing our family apart. Half of them think Mom should have stopped Rachel from seeing Connor. The other half think Rachel's a cheater. Our grandmother saw the email. Our aunt is threatening not to come to Thanksgiving. It's a mess. Again. Not my problem. But it could have been handled differently. You could have just broken up with her. You didn't have to. I did break up with her. Then I sent proof of why to the people who were complicit in her lies. Your mom invited Connor to that graduation knowing Rachel had a boyfriend. Your dad publicly celebrated Connor's return. You had 200 people at a party Rachel told me was immediate family only. Your whole family helped her lie to me. So yeah, I made sure your whole family understood the consequences of that choice. Silence. Then, softly, fair enough. Is that it? Rachel wants to know if you'll talk to her. She wants to apologize properly. She says, no. Jake, she had months to apologize properly. She had 100 chances to tell me the truth. She chose lies every single time. She chose them consciously and deliberately. And the only reason she wants to apologize now is because she got caught and there were consequences. That's not remorse. That's damage control. She really did love you, you know. Maybe. But not enough to be honest with me. And definitely not more than she loved the idea of keeping Connor as a backup option. That's not. Melissa stopped. Started again. Okay. Yeah. That's probably fair too. Tell Rachel to stop trying to contact me through other people. We're done. That's final. I will. She hung up. I sat there, holding my phone, feeling nothing in particular. Not satisfaction. Not regret. Just this odd hollow certainty that I'd done exactly what needed to be done. Rachel had treated me like a supporting character in her life, someone to keep comfortable and ignorant while she explored her real feelings elsewhere. She'd gambled that I'd never find out, or that if I did, she could explain it away. She'd miscalculated who I was and what I was capable of when pushed far enough. The revenge wasn't the email. The email was just information, strategically distributed. The revenge was the truth itself, the undeniable, documented reality of what she'd done. She couldn't spin it. She couldn't minimize it. Everyone could see exactly who she was. And now she had to live in a world where people knew. 2 weeks later, I got one final text from an unknown number. This is Connor. Rachel asked me not to contact you, but I wanted you to know she's struggling. Really struggling. What you did, sending those emails, involving her family, humiliating her publicly, it was excessive. I get that you're hurt, but you went too far. She's had panic attacks. She can't sleep. Her relationship with her mother is destroyed. All because you couldn't handle your girlfriend having a friendship with her ex. Grow up. I read it 3 times. Then I typed back, tell Rachel I said hi. Also tell her to stop using your phone to reach me since I blocked her on everything else. And Connor? If she's struggling with the consequences of her own choices, maybe you should have been a better influence instead of encouraging her to lie to her boyfriend for months. You two deserve each other. Don't contact me again. I blocked that number too. That was 6 weeks ago. I still have moments where I wonder if I went too far. If I should have just walked away quietly. If the email was about justice or just cruelty dressed up as truth-telling. The line between those things gets blurry when you're the one drawing it. Sometimes I'll be in the middle of something mundane, making coffee, responding to a work email, standing in line at the grocery store, and I'll see her face in my mind. Not the one from the photos. Not the one with Connor's arm around her. But the one from that morning in my apartment, when she showed me the 3 carefully cropped pictures and smiled like everything was fine. The calculated innocence of it. The performance. And I'll feel the rage again. Clean and cold and certain. Other times, late at night when I can't sleep, I'll think about her crying in those voicemails. The way her voice broke when she said please. The fear underneath the anger. And I'll wonder if I became the thing I hated, someone who manipulates reality to cause maximum damage, who uses information as a weapon, who hurts people because they hurt you first. But then I remember the look on her face when she showed me those 3 carefully cropped photos, smiling, lying to me in my own home after spending a day with his arm around her. I remember the calculation in that lie. The months of calculation before it. And I think, she played a game. She gambled that I wouldn't find out, or that I wouldn't care enough to do anything about it if I did. She lost. Sometimes the consequences of our choices aren't proportional to our intentions. Sometimes they're proportional to the depth of deception required to hide them. Rachel wanted to have both lives, the stable boyfriend and the romantic what-if. She wanted me ignorant and Connor close. She wanted her family's support in maintaining that fiction. I gave her something different, a world where everyone knew the truth. If that makes me the villain in her story, I can live with that. Because in mine, I'm the person who refused to be edited out of reality. I'm the person who looked at 2 years of lies and decided they deserve sunlight. I'm the person who, when faced with someone who thought I was too stupid to notice betrayal, made sure that stupidity was never their advantage again. My phone hasn't rung in 4 weeks. No unknown numbers. No mutual friends reaching out. No late-night voicemails. Just silence. And in that silence, I've started to remember what it felt like to trust my own perception of reality. To not second-guess every feeling. To not wonder if I'm being managed. I still see her sometimes in my mind, standing in that backyard, Connor's arm around her, that public smile I fell in love with directed at 200 people who weren't me. I see her father's comment. Her mother's hand on Connor's shoulder. The whole architecture of their shared deception. And I don't feel anger anymore. I don't feel betrayed. I feel free. Because the worst thing someone can do isn't break your heart. It's convince you that your version of events isn't real. That your perceptions are flawed. That you're the problem for noticing what they're trying to hide. Rachel tried to do that. She failed. And wherever she is now, dealing with the fallout of her choices, navigating her mother's disappointment and her family's fractured dynamics and Connor's probably not worth it presence in her life, she knows I saw through her. She knows she didn't get away with it. She knows that someone she underestimated turned out to be paying much closer attention than she ever imagined. That's enough revenge for me. The rest is just her having to live with who she actually is, now that everyone else knows too. I've started seeing someone new, actually. Her name is Amanda. We met at a coffee shop 3 weeks ago, one of those genuinely random encounters that feels too scripted to be real but somehow is. She's a graphic designer. Funny. Direct. The kind of person who says what she means and means what she says, which feels revolutionary after 2 years of translation and interpretation. On our second date, she mentioned she'd recently gotten out of a long-term relationship. He cheated, she said, matter of fact, stirring her coffee. For like 6 months. With a coworker. I found out through someone else, which somehow made it worse. How'd you handle it? She looked at me, something sharp and satisfied in her eyes. I handled it. That's all that matters. I smiled. Yeah. I get that. We've been honest with each other from the start. Almost aggressively honest, the way people are when they've been lied to before and decided never again. It's refreshing. Sometimes uncomfortable. But real. Last night, we were walking back from dinner when she asked about my ex. What happened there? Direct. No dancing around it. She lied to me. About a lot of things. For a long time. Did you just leave? I hesitated. This was the moment where I could edit my own story, present myself as the bigger person who walked away with dignity. But Amanda's whole appeal was that she didn't do that kind of performance. So I matched her energy. No. I made sure everyone in her life knew what she'd done. Sent documentation of her lies to people who mattered to her. It destroyed some of her relationships. Probably went further than it needed to. I waited for judgment. For her to decide I was vindictive, unstable, someone to keep at arm's length. Instead, she nodded slowly. Good. Good? People who lie like that count on you being too polite to tell the truth. They weaponize your discretion. Sometimes the only way to deal with someone who rewrites reality is to make reality impossible to ignore. She took a sip of her water. My ex tried to tell people I was crazy when I confronted him. Said I was making it up. So I sent screenshots to everyone he worked with. Got him fired. Probably ruined his career. We looked at each other. Two people who'd crossed lines that weren't supposed to be crossed, standing in the middle of a sidewalk, finding something like recognition in each other's damage. You think we're bad people? I asked. She considered it. Really considered it, instead of rushing to reassure me. I think we're people who refuse to disappear quietly. Whether that's bad depends on who's telling the story. Last week, she asked if I'd ever consider getting back together with my ex. No, I said. That door's not just closed. It's locked, nailed shut, and the whole building burned down. She laughed. Good answer. I haven't told her the whole story yet. Maybe I will eventually. Maybe she'll think I went too far. Maybe she'll understand that sometimes the only way to deal with someone who rewrites reality is to make sure reality gets the final word. Either way, I'm done being the person someone else edits around. I'm done being the one who doesn't notice things. I'm done pretending not to see what's right in front of me just because confronting it would be uncomfortable. Rachel taught me that lesson. Painfully. Expensively. But completely. And for that, In some twisted way, I'm grateful. Because now I know exactly what I won't tolerate. I know exactly what I'm capable of when pushed. I know exactly how it feels to refuse to be managed, to trust my own eyes, and to make sure everyone else sees what I see. That knowledge is worth more than 2 years of comfortable lies. My phone still sits on my desk. Still silent. No more unknown numbers. No more late-night voicemails. No more attempts to reach me through mutual friends or family members. It's been 6 weeks of complete silence, which means Rachel has finally accepted that I'm not a problem she can solve with the right combination of words. Last week, I ran into one of her coworkers at a tech networking event. Not someone I knew well, but someone who'd been at enough of Rachel's work happy hours that we recognized each other. She looked at me, and I saw the moment of recognition followed by something else. Discomfort. Pity, maybe. Or judgment. I couldn't tell. She didn't come over. Neither did I. We just existed in the same space for an hour, carefully avoiding each other, and when I left I realized I didn't care what she thought. Didn't care what story Rachel had told her office about why we broke up. Didn't care if I was the villain in that version. Because I know what happened. I have screenshots. I have evidence. I have the truth, documented and undeniable. So here I am. Single apartment. New relationship that might go somewhere or might not. A job I'm good at. A life that's completely mine, built on reality instead of someone else's carefully curated fiction. And somewhere out there, Rachel's probably telling Connor a version of this story where I'm the crazy ex who couldn't handle her having male friends. Where she's the victim of a vindictive campaign. Where none of this was really her fault. Maybe he believes her. Maybe her next boyfriend will too. But I'll always know the truth. And more importantly, so will everyone who matters to her. Patricia's book club will remember. Melissa will remember. Richard will remember. Every person who saw those emails, who saw the evidence, who had to reconcile the person they thought Rachel was with the person those photos proved her to be, they'll remember. You can't delete that kind of knowledge. You can't explain it away. You can't wait it out. That's the thing about burning bridges, you don't get to control who sees the smoke. And sometimes, the smoke is the whole point. I'm not proud of what I did. But I'm not ashamed either. I exist in this strange space between those two things, where I can acknowledge that I hurt someone deliberately, systematically, effectively, and also know that I would do it again under the same circumstances. Because the alternative was letting her get away with it. The alternative was being the manageable boyfriend who disappeared quietly when he became inconvenient. The alternative was allowing her to keep her carefully constructed image while I carried the weight of her lies alone. I refused that alternative. And if that makes me the villain in someone's story, I can live with that. I've learned to carry things heavier than other people's opinions. Rachel wanted to have both lives, the stable boyfriend and the romantic what-if. She wanted me ignorant and Connor close. She wanted her family's support in maintaining that fiction. She wanted to control the narrative, manage the variables, keep everyone in their designated roles while she explored her options. I gave her something different, a world where everyone knew the truth. Where her mother's friends asked uncomfortable questions. Where her sister had to deal with the fallout. Where her father's casual comments about the one that got away became evidence of something uglier than nostalgia. If that makes me the villain in her story, I can live with that. Because in mine, I'm the person who refused to be edited out of reality. I'm the person who looked at 2 years of lies and decided they deserved sunlight. I'm the person who, when faced with someone who thought I was too stupid to notice betrayal, made sure that stupidity was never their advantage again. 3 nights ago, I had a dream about her. We were back in my apartment, that morning after the graduation. She was showing me those 3 cropped photos, smiling. But in the dream, I could see the full images, Connor's arm around her, the massive party, all of it. And I just smiled back and said, "These are nice." In the dream, she looked relieved. Grateful. Like she'd gotten away with something. Then I woke up, and the first thing I felt was satisfaction. Because in reality, she didn't get away with anything. And I made sure of it. Story 2.
My sister's fiancé tried flirting with me at her bachelorette party while she was dancing with her bridesmaids. He slid next to me at the bar and whispered, "You know, I always thought you were the prettier sister. Maybe I chose wrong." I froze. I didn't scream. I didn't tell my sister right there. I just looked at him, said interesting, winked, and walked away. The wedding was in 3 days. I spent those days silently gathering evidence, texts, photos, everything. On the wedding day, right before she walked down the aisle, I handed her my phone. She looked at the screen, then at me and said, "What is this?" Her voice was so quiet I almost didn't hear it over the chaos in the bridal suite. Bridesmaids were adjusting veils, someone was spraying perfume, the photographer was barking orders about natural light. But Emma just stood there holding my phone, her face going from confused to pale to something I'd never seen before. "I should back up. 3 days earlier, I was having the time of my life at Emma's bachelorette party. We'd rented out this ridiculous lounge downtown, all velvet couches and overpriced cocktails with edible flowers. I was genuinely happy for her. That's what makes this whole thing so twisted. I was sitting at the bar, taking a break from the dancing because my feet were killing me in those heels Emma insisted we all wear, when Marcus appeared beside me. Marcus. Her fiancé. Who wasn't supposed to be there at all. Thought you ladies could use some reinforcements, he said, grinning like he'd just done something charming instead of crashing an all-female event. He ordered 2 drinks. Handed one to me. Whiskey sour, right? Emma mentioned it's your favorite. I should have walked away then. But it felt rude, you know? This was going to be my brother-in-law. We'd have decades of family dinners and holidays together. So I stayed. We made small talk about the wedding, about work, about nothing really. Then Emma's favorite song came on. Her bridesmaids shrieked and pulled her onto the makeshift dance floor. They were laughing, spinning, completely absorbed in their own world. Marcus watched them for a second, then turned back to me. That's when he leaned in. His breath smelled like mint and bourbon. You know, I always thought you were the prettier sister. Maybe I chose wrong. Time did that thing where it slows down and speeds up simultaneously. I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. The music felt too loud and too distant at once. Every cell in my body was screaming at me to react, to throw my drink in his face, to march over to Emma and tell her everything. But my brain was doing calculations. This was her bachelorette party. She was 3 days away from marrying this man. She'd spent 18 months planning this wedding. Our parents had already paid for everything. The dress, the venue, the flights to Italy for the honeymoon. I looked at him. Really looked at him. His eyes were slightly unfocused from the drinks, but there was this confidence there too. Like he thought this was working. Like he'd measured the risk and decided it was worth it. Interesting, I said. Then I winked. And I walked away. My hands were shaking so badly I had to lock myself in the bathroom for 10 minutes. I sat on the closed toilet lid and tried to breathe. Part of me wanted to convince myself I'd misheard him. Maybe it was the music. Maybe he said something else and I misunderstood. But no. The words were crystal clear. I always thought you were the prettier sister. Maybe I chose wrong. I came out of that bathroom with a plan forming. Not a complete plan. Just the skeleton of one. Because here's what I knew about Marcus from 2 years of watching him date my sister: he was careful. He was the kind of guy who always said the right thing, always showed up with flowers, always remembered anniversaries. He proposed with a ring that perfectly matched Emma's Pinterest board. On paper, he was flawless. But there are no flawless people. Only people who are good at hiding their flaws. I went home that night and I didn't sleep. I sat in my apartment with my laptop open and started thinking like someone who wanted to destroy evidence instead of find it. What would Marcus do to cover his tracks? He'd be smart about it. He wouldn't leave obvious trails. But everyone leaves something. The next morning, I called Emma. Hey, so last night was amazing. I'm putting together a slideshow for the wedding, you know, cute photos of you and Marcus through the years. Can you send me some? And maybe any funny texts between you two? Just the sweet stuff. She ate it up. Within an hour, my phone was flooded with screenshots. Their first conversation on the dating app. The text where he first said I love you. Anniversary messages. But sprinkled in between were other things. Timestamps showing he'd been online at weird hours. Messages where his tone shifted from sweet to slightly irritated when she asked where he was. Nothing damning by itself. But I was building a picture. I started following his social media more closely. Marcus was active on Instagram, posting all these couple photos with Emma, playing the devoted fiancé. But I noticed something. He'd follow these accounts and then unfollow them within a day or two. Always women. Always around our age. I screenshotted every single one. Then I did something I'm not proud of. I created a fake profile. Generic name, stolen photos of some random girl from Europe, interests that matched Marcus's. Hiking. Craft beer. Indie music. I followed him. He followed back within 3 hours. I waited a day. Then I sent him a message. Nothing flirty. Just hey, saw you're into hiking. Do you know any good trails around the city? Basic. Friendly. The kind of message that could be completely innocent. He responded in 20 minutes. Yeah, tons. There's this one by the reservoir that's perfect this time of year. Not too crowded either. I sent back a smiley face. Maybe I'll check it out sometime. I could show you if you want. I go most Saturday mornings. There it was. Not enough to condemn him outright, but enough to keep pulling the thread. I told him that sounded great and asked if we should exchange numbers to coordinate. He sent his number. I saved it under a different contact name and kept the conversation going through text. This is where it gets messy. I know what you're thinking. I was catfishing my sister's fiancé, and yeah, that's technically what I was doing. But I needed proof. Not just a drunk comment at a bar that he could explain away. Not just follows and unfollows that could be accidents. I needed something undeniable. Over the next 2 days, Marcus texted this fake girl 37 times. I counted. They started innocent enough. Trail recommendations. Coffee shop suggestions. But by day 2, he was sending messages like "you seem really cool." Different from most people I meet. And my life's been pretty complicated lately. It's nice talking to someone outside of it all. I asked if he was seeing anyone. Professional curiosity, I told myself, even though my stomach was in knots. It's complicated, he wrote back. About to make a big commitment and having second thoughts. I screenshotted everything. Every single message, with timestamps clearly visible. Then I went deeper. I remembered Emma mentioning once that Marcus had his work email synced to his phone, and that he sometimes complained about getting notifications at night. I also remembered her saying she knew his password because he'd given it to her once when his phone died and he needed to check something urgent. She'd laughed about how it was just his dog's name and birth year. Bruno 2019. The dog had been a puppy when they first started dating back in 2019. Now it was 2024, and that password had never changed. I tried not to think too hard about what I was about to do. I went to his email provider's login page and typed in the email address I'd seen on his business cards when Emma brought them home. Then I tried the password. Bruno 2019. It worked. My hands were physically shaking as I scrolled through his inbox. Most of it was boring work stuff. Client emails. Project updates. Newsletter subscriptions. But then I found a folder labeled personal. Inside were emails from at least 4 different dating apps. His accounts were still active. Not just active, recently active. Messages from women as recent as last week. One from 4 days ago, the day before the bachelorette party, making plans to meet up after things settled down. I felt sick. Actually physically nauseated. I had to close the laptop and put my head between my knees. This wasn't just a drunk mistake or cold feet. This was calculated. This was a pattern. I forwarded everything to my own email. Then I deleted the forwarded messages from his sent folder and cleared his trash. I logged out and cleared the browser history. I sat there for a long time just staring at the wall. The wedding was tomorrow. I spent that night awake again, but this time organizing everything. I created a folder on my phone with screenshots arranged chronologically. The message from the bachelorette party I typed out immediately after, while the words were fresh. The fake profile conversation. The dating app receipts. His email evidence with full headers showing dates and times. I even included the follower list screenshots showing his pattern of following and unfollowing young women. Then I wrote a letter. An actual handwritten letter, because somehow that felt more real. More undeniable. Emma, it started. I need you to see something before you walk down that aisle. Not because I want to hurt you. Not because I'm jealous or vindictive or trying to ruin your day. But because you deserve the truth about who you're about to marry. I'm your sister. I will always be your sister. And I would rather you hate me for showing you this than hate yourself later for ignoring the signs. I folded it and put it in an envelope with her name on it. The wedding day arrived like a storm you know is coming but still aren't ready for. I got to the venue early to help set up. Emma was already in the bridal suite, glowing and nervous, and so completely happy it made my chest hurt. She kept hugging me, thanking me for being there, telling me I was the best sister in the world. I almost didn't do it. I almost convinced myself that maybe I was wrong, that maybe there was some explanation, that maybe I should mind my own business and let her be happy. But then I remembered his breath on my neck. Maybe I chose wrong. I remembered those emails. Those dating app messages. The premeditation of it all. The photographer wanted pictures of Emma getting ready. Hair in curlers, makeup half done, laughing with her bridesmaids. I hung back. My phone felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in my clutch. An hour before the ceremony, Emma sent everyone out to get their flowers and line up for photos. She asked me to stay for just a minute. I need a sister moment, she said, squeezing my hand. Before everything changes. This was it. This was the moment. I could feel my pulse in my throat. Emma, I said. My voice cracked. Before you do this, before you walk down that aisle, I need you to look at something. I handed her my phone. The folder was already open. The first image was my typed account of what Marcus said at the bachelorette party. Read from the top, I said. And please just read all of it before you react. She looked at the screen. Her expression went from confused to concerned. She scrolled. Her face drained of color. She scrolled more. Her hand came up to her mouth. She kept scrolling, faster now, her eyes getting wider and wider. She scrolled through everything. The fake profile conversations. The email evidence. The dating apps. The timeline I'd constructed showing his pattern of behavior. When she got to the end, she looked up at me. What is this? That's what he said to me. At your bachelorette party. And that's what I found after. She looked back at the phone. Then at me again. Her eyes were filling with tears, but they hadn't fallen yet. She was in shock. I recognized it because I'd been there 3 days ago. Emma, I'm so sorry. I wanted to be wrong. I tried to find explanations that weren't this. But, get out. The words hit me like a slap. What? Get out. Right now. I need you to leave. Emma, please, you're jealous. Her voice was shaking but getting louder. You've always been jealous. I finally have something good, someone who loves me, and you can't stand it. So you made all this up. You catfished my fiancé with a fake profile just to trap him? You broke into his email? Are you insane? I didn't make anything up. It's all real. The messages, the apps, everything. Get out of my wedding. Get out right now or I'm calling security. The other bridesmaids had heard the yelling and crowded back into the doorway. They stared at me like I'd lost my mind. Emma's maid of honor, Jessica, stepped between us. What's going on? She's trying to sabotage my wedding, Emma said, her voice breaking. Telling me lies about Marcus. Making up evidence. I'm not making anything up, I said, hearing the desperation in my own voice. Emma, please, just show someone else. Show Jessica. Let her look at it objectively. I said get out. Security did come. Hotel security, 2 guys in badly fitted suits who escorted me out of the bridal suite and down to the lobby while guests arriving early stared. I tried calling Emma's phone. Blocked. I tried texting. Blocked. I sat in the hotel lobby for 20 minutes, crying so hard I thought I might throw up, while people in wedding attire stepped around me. Then my mom called. What did you do? Mom, please, you have to listen to me. Emma is hysterical. She's saying you tried to ruin her wedding with lies about Marcus. Please tell me that's not true. It's not lies. I have proof. He hit on me at the bachelorette party, and when I looked into it, I found. I don't want to hear it. I don't know what's gotten into you, but you need to leave. You're not welcome at this wedding. Your father and I will deal with you later. She hung up. I sat there in that lobby, makeup ruined, bridesmaid dress wrinkled, completely alone. Guests kept arriving. I saw Marcus's groomsmen walking by, laughing about something. I saw distant relatives I hadn't seen in years. The wedding planner rushed past with an emergency sewing kit. Life just kept moving forward like I hadn't just torpedoed my entire family. I thought about leaving. Getting in my car and driving home and never speaking to any of them again. But something kept me planted in that chair. Maybe stubbornness. Maybe the tiniest hope that Emma would come to her senses. Maybe just shock. The ceremony was supposed to start at 4. At 3:45, there was a commotion upstairs. Raised voices. A door slamming. Then the wedding planner came running down the stairs, her face flushed, talking rapidly into her headset. We need a delay. I don't know how long. Just keep the guests calm and tell them we're having technical difficulties with the sound system. My heart started pounding. I stood up. A crowd had gathered at the base of the grand staircase. Then Emma appeared at the top. Still in her wedding dress, but her face was blotchy and her mascara was running. She was holding her own phone, scrolling through something with shaking hands. Marcus appeared behind her, trying to grab her arm. Emma, please, let me explain. This isn't what it looks like. You're on dating apps. Her voice carried down the staircase, and the whole lobby went silent. You're actively messaging women. You were planning to meet someone after our honeymoon. Baby, those are old accounts, I forgot they were active yesterday, Marcus. Yesterday. And you. She pointed at him with a shaking hand. You hit on my sister. My sister. You told her you chose the wrong one. She's lying. She's trying to break us up because she's jealous. I know my sister. And I know your password, Marcus. After she left, I logged into your email myself. I had to see if she was telling the truth. And she was. I saw everything. The dating apps. The women you've been messaging. The hotel reservation you made for next weekend. Which is funny, because you told me you had a business conference in Seattle next weekend. The lobby was dead silent now. At least 50 guests were watching this unfold. Marcus's face had gone from defensive to panicked. You went through my email? That's a violation of privacy. That's illegal. You proposed to me while maintaining active dating profiles. You hit on my sister at my bachelorette party. And you want to talk to me about violations? She came down the stairs. Each step was deliberate. When she reached the bottom, she walked straight toward me. I braced myself, not sure if she was going to hug me or hit me. She stopped right in front of me and held out my phone. You tried to warn me, she said quietly. And I threw you out. Emma, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have listened. I should have looked. I was just so scared it was true that I convinced myself it wasn't. She turned back to face Marcus, who had followed her down the stairs. Our parents had appeared now too, along with Marcus's family. Everyone was staring. The wedding is off, Emma announced to the room. There will be no ceremony today. I apologize to everyone who traveled to be here. The venue has been paid for, so please enjoy the reception space and the food anyway. But there will be no marriage. Marcus tried one more time. Emma, please, we can work through this. Counseling. Therapy. I'll do whatever it takes. No. Her voice was steady now. Final. You won't. Because you've been doing this our entire relationship, haven't you? This wasn't a mistake or cold feet. This was who you are. And I'm grateful, actually grateful, that I found out before we signed papers instead of after. She turned to me. Can you help me get out of this dress? I nodded, not trusting my voice. We walked back upstairs together, leaving Marcus standing in the lobby with 200 guests staring at him. Behind us, I heard his mother start crying. His father started yelling at him. The lobby erupted into chaos. In the bridal suite, Emma's bridesmaids helped unfasten the 1,000 tiny buttons running down her back. Nobody knew what to say. The silence was heavy with unasked questions. Finally, Jessica spoke up. For what it's worth, I believe you. Both of you. I saw his face when Emma confronted him. That wasn't the face of an innocent man. Emma stepped out of the dress, leaving it in a puddle of silk and tulle on the floor. She pulled on jeans and a sweater. I need you to tell me exactly what happened. Everything. From the beginning. So I did. All of it. The comment at the bar. The investigation. The fake profile. The email breach. I expected her to be angry about the invasion of privacy, but she just nodded along, taking it all in. I almost married him, she said when I finished. I was 10 minutes away from legally binding myself to someone who was actively planning his next affair. If you hadn't done what you did, I would have married him. Honeymoon in Italy. Come home. Maybe found out in a year. Or 5 years. Or after we had kids. The thought made both of us shudder. My mom appeared in the doorway. She looked between us, uncertain. Emma, honey, are you sure about this? Maybe it's just nerves, maybe if you two talked. Mom. Emma's voice was sharp. Stop. I've seen the evidence. All of it. I'm not marrying Marcus. Not today. Not ever. And you owe your other daughter an apology for taking his side without even asking to see the proof. My mom's face crumpled. She looked at me. I'm sorry. I just thought you were. Jealous, I finished. Yeah. I know. Emma put her arm around me. She was protecting me. Even though she knew I might hate her for it. That's what sisters do. Downstairs, we could hear the chaos continuing. Marcus's voice, raised and defensive. His parents trying to manage the situation. Guests confused and gossiping. The wedding planner having what sounded like a breakdown. I should go down there, Emma said. Face everyone. Make it official. You don't have to, I told her. You don't owe them anything. No, but I owe myself this. I need to look him in the eye and end this properly. We went back downstairs together. The crowd had thinned slightly, People awkwardly retreating to the cocktail area where the reception was supposed to be. Marcus was surrounded by his groomsmen and family, all talking at once. He looked up when Emma appeared. She walked straight to him. "I need your ring back." He looked down at his hand like he'd forgotten he was wearing it. Slowly, he twisted it off and handed it to her. "Emma, please." "No. We're done. I'll arrange to get my things from the apartment. You can keep the furniture, I don't care. But we're done. Legally, emotionally, every way that matters. We are done. You're making a mistake. You're believing her lies instead of trusting me. I logged into your email, Marcus. I saw everything myself. Those aren't her lies. Those are your choices. Your active dating profiles. Your messages to other women. Your plans. This isn't about her. This is about you." He opened his mouth to argue again, but my father stepped forward. I'd never seen my dad look so angry. "You need to leave. Now. Before I say or do something I'll regret." For a second, Marcus looked like he might fight back. Then he seemed to realize he had no move left. He was surrounded by people who had seen through him. The charm wouldn't work anymore. The smooth talking had no traction. He left. His groomsmen followed. His family followed, his mother sobbing, his father rigid with embarrassment. And then they were just gone. The remaining guests stood around awkwardly. Emma turned to face them. "I apologize for the drama. This wasn't how I imagined today going. But sometimes the truth comes out at exactly the right time. The venue is paid for, the food is already prepared. If you want to stay and eat, please do. Consider it a celebration of dodging a massive mistake." A few people laughed nervously. Then someone started clapping. Then someone else. Within seconds, the entire room was applauding. Emma started crying again, but this time she was smiling. The reception happened anyway. No bride and groom, no first dance, no cake cutting. Just a room full of people who cared about Emma, celebrating her escape instead of her marriage. The DJ, probably the most adaptable human on earth, switched from wedding classics to just good party music. People danced. People ate. People gave Emma hugs and told her how brave she was. I stood at the edge of the dance floor, still processing everything. Jessica found me. "You know you saved her, right? Like, legitimately saved her from years of misery. I almost cost her everything," I said. She almost didn't believe me. But she did. When it mattered, she did. Jessica clinked her glass against mine. "To sisterhood. And to trusting your gut." Later that night, after most of the guests had left, Emma and I sat on the hotel balcony overlooking the parking lot. She was still in her jeans and sweater, her wedding hair half fallen down. I was still in my bridesmaid dress, now with a jacket over it because the night had turned cold. "I keep thinking about all the signs I ignored," she said quietly. The times his phone was face down. The late nights at work that seemed excessive. The way he'd get defensive if I asked questions. I told myself I was being paranoid. That relationships required trust. But trust and stupidity are different things. "You're not stupid." He was careful. That's what made him dangerous. "What made you look?" "Really? Was it just what he said at the bachelorette party?" I thought about that. Partly. But also, something about the way he said it. The confidence. Like he'd done this before and gotten away with it. Like he thought I would be flattered instead of horrified. It was predatory. Emma nodded slowly. His ex-girlfriend, the one before me. She ended things suddenly, and he always said she was crazy. Unstable. I wonder if she caught him doing something too. Probably. I wasted 2 years on him. You learned something from him. That's not a waste. She looked at me. I learned I have a sister who will literally commit crimes to protect me. I winced. About that? The email thing was definitely illegal. And the catfishing was ethically dubious at best. I don't care. You did what you had to do. And you were right. We sat in silence for a while. Below us, the parking lot was emptying. The last guests leaving, the vendors packing up. Somewhere in the city, Marcus was probably spinning this story to make himself the victim. But up here, on this balcony, with my sister beside me, I felt something close to peace. "What are you going to do now?" I asked. Emma shrugged. "Cancel a honeymoon. Return a lot of gifts. Change my emergency contacts. Go to therapy, probably. Figure out how to trust people again." She paused. "What about you? I'm going to delete that fake profile and never speak of this to anyone outside the family. Good plan. More silence. Then Emma laughed. It started small and built into something bigger, almost hysterical. I was going to be Emma Hartley. I've been practicing that signature for months. Emma Hartley. Emma Morrison is a better name anyway. Yeah, it is. The last vendor truck pulled out of the parking lot. The venue lights were clicking off one by one. Tomorrow, this space would host someone else's event, someone else's celebration. This whole disaster would be reduced to a story the staff would tell. Remember that wedding that wasn't? Remember the bride who called it off in her dress? But for us, for me and Emma, this would be the day everything could have fallen apart but didn't. The day our relationship could have been destroyed but wasn't. The day I chose truth over comfort and Emma chose reality over fantasy. Thank you, Emma said suddenly. I know I kicked you out. I know I said terrible things. But thank you for not giving up. Thank you for showing me anyway. You're my sister. That's what we do. She leaned her head on my shoulder. We stayed like that for a long time, watching the night settle over the parking lot, over the city, over the ruins of the day that was supposed to be perfect but ended up being something better. Something real. 3 months later, Emma is living in a new apartment across town. She kept the cat they'd adopted together, but Marcus got everything else. She says it's worth it. She started therapy and joined a book club and went on one date that didn't go anywhere, but she said that was okay. She's learning who she is outside of that relationship, outside of the person she'd molded herself into trying to make him happy. We have dinner every Tuesday now. Sometimes we talk about what happened. Sometimes we don't. But there's this understanding between us that wasn't there before. This knowledge that we will protect each other, even when it's hard. Even when it costs something. I never told Emma this, but sometimes I still think about that moment in the bridal suite when she told me to get out. That feeling of total helplessness, of knowing you're right but having no way to prove it, of watching someone you love make a catastrophic mistake and being powerless to stop it. It haunts me sometimes. The what if? What if she hadn't gone back to look at the evidence? What if she'd believed him instead of me? What if she'd married him? But she didn't. She chose to look. She chose to believe. And that choice, that moment of courage in the face of the life she'd planned, saved her. Maybe saved both of us. I deleted the fake profile like I said I would. Cleared the email evidence from my account. Try to forget about the person I had to become for 3 days to uncover the truth. But I can't pretend it didn't change me. Knowing that I'm capable of that level of deception, even for good reasons. Knowing that I'm willing to cross lines I'd always thought were solid. Emma says I'm a hero. I don't feel like one. I feel like someone who saw a car crash about to happen and pushed someone out of the way, but in doing so stepped into traffic themselves. Maybe we both got bruised. Maybe we're both still healing. But at least we're healing together. Marcus tried to contact Emma a few times in the weeks after. Apologetic texts. Flowers delivered to her office. A letter that she returned unopened. His social media went dark for a while, then came back with a carefully crafted post about personal growth and learning from mistakes. He disabled comments. Emma blocked him on everything. His friends, the groomsmen who stood by him that day, I've seen some of them out. They don't make eye contact. I heard through mutual connections that the story got out. That enough people knew enough details that Marcus's reputation took a hit. Part of me feels bad about that. The other part remembers his breath on my neck, his entitled smile, his absolute certainty that he would get away with it. My parents apologized. Really apologized. Not the half-hearted sorry you felt that way kind, but actual acknowledgement that they chose wrong in that moment. That they should have trusted me, should have at least looked at the evidence before choosing sides. My relationship with them is different now too. More cautious on their end, more guarded on mine. But we're working on it. The thing nobody tells you about revenge or payback, or whatever you want to call what I did, is that it doesn't feel like justice. Not really. It feels messy and complicated and like everyone lost something. Emma lost 2 years and a future she'd imagined. Marcus lost his reputation and relationship. I lost some innocence about my own moral boundaries. Our family lost the easy comfort of pretending everything was fine. But what we gained was truth. Uncomfortable, inconvenient, painful truth. And maybe that's worth it. Maybe it has to be. Emma asked me recently if I'd do it again. If I could go back to that moment at the bachelorette party, knowing everything that would follow, would I still investigate? Would I still hand her that phone? I didn't even have to think about it. Yes, I told her. Every time. Forever? Yes. She nodded like that was the answer she expected. The answer she needed. So that's my story. The time I ruined my sister's wedding and somehow ended up closer to her than ever before. The time I broke laws and ethical codes and became someone I didn't quite recognize, all to stop her from making the biggest mistake of her life. I don't know if that makes me a good sister or a terrible person. Maybe both. Maybe neither. Maybe it just makes me human. Someone who saw danger and ran toward it instead of away. Someone who loved her sister more than she feared the consequences. And honestly, I'd do it again. Every single time. But let me tell you about the parts I haven't mentioned yet. The parts that kept me awake at night. The parts that made me question everything. The morning after the non-wedding, I woke up in my apartment with my phone exploding. 32 missed calls. 67 text messages. My social media had blown up overnight. Someone had posted about what happened, and it had spread like wildfire through our extended network. Friends from college were messaging me. Co-workers I barely talked to were asking if I was okay. My inbox was full of subject lines like "OMG, is it true?" And I heard about Emma's wedding. I turned my phone off and sat in the dark of my bedroom for an hour. The thing about being the person who reveals the truth is that you become part of the story. Forever. I wasn't just Emma's sister anymore. I was the sister who destroyed the wedding. The one who played detective. The one who catfished the groom. Depending on who was telling the story, I was either a hero or a villain, and I had no control over which version spread. My best friend Rachel called me from a different number when I wouldn't answer my own phone. "Pick up. I know you're screaming." I picked up. "Are you okay?" she asked immediately. "I don't know. I'm coming over." She showed up 20 minutes later with coffee and bagels and let herself in with the spare key I'd given her years ago. We sat on my couch and she waited for me to talk. "I broke into his email," I finally said. "I created a fake person to trick him into revealing himself. I violated probably a dozen laws. To save your sister from marrying a cheater. That doesn't make it legal. Or right." Rachel took a sip of her coffee. "Okay, let's play this out. Let's say you didn't investigate. You just told Emma what he said at the bar. What do you think would have happened?" I'd already played this scenario 1,000 times. She would have asked him about it. He would have denied it or explained it away. She would have believed him because she wanted to. They would have gotten married. And then what? And then eventually she would have found out the truth anyway. Maybe through some woman he was seeing. Maybe through a text message she wasn't supposed to see. Maybe through him finally leaving her for someone else. Right. So you just accelerated the timeline. You gave her the information she needed to make an informed choice before she was legally tied to him. Rachel set down her coffee. "Look, I'm not saying what you did was neat and clean and perfectly ethical. But sometimes protecting the people we love means getting our hands dirty. You sound like a mob movie. You know what I mean." I did know what she meant. But knowing something intellectually and feeling it emotionally are different things. I felt guilty. I felt invasive. I felt like I'd crossed a line I could never uncross. Over the next few weeks, the aftermath kept unfolding in ways I didn't expect. Emma's bridesmaids split into two camps. Half of them rallied around Emma, organizing wine nights and girls' trips, being genuinely supportive. The other half quietly distanced themselves, uncomfortable with the drama or maybe judging Emma for not making it work somehow. Jessica, the maid of honor, became one of Emma's closest friends through all of it. She told Emma later that she'd always thought something was off about Marcus but couldn't put her finger on it. He was too perfect, she said. Like he was performing the role of good boyfriend instead of actually being one. That resonated with me. Marcus had been performing. The flowers, the romantic gestures, the social media posts about how lucky he was to have Emma. It was all performance. And underneath it was someone who saw relationships as options, as things to keep in play while looking for something better. Emma and I went to dinner one night about a month after everything happened. A quiet place downtown where we could actually talk without shouting over music. She ordered wine. I ordered water because I was driving. We made small talk for a few minutes before she set down her menu and looked at me. "I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest." My stomach tightened. "Okay. When you were investigating Marcus, when you were going through his emails and creating that fake profile, did you enjoy any of it?" The question caught me off guard. "What? Like, was there any part of you that got a thrill from it? From the detective work, from catching him, from having that power?" I thought about it. Really thought about it. Maybe. A little. Not in a good way, but yes. There was something satisfying about piecing it all together. About being right. About having proof. Emma nodded slowly. I thought so. I don't think that makes you a bad person. I think it makes you human. We want to be right. We want to solve puzzles. And when the puzzle is about protecting someone we love, it probably feels even more compelling. I was also terrified, I added. The whole time. Terrified of being wrong. Terrified of you hating me. Terrified of ruining your life instead of saving it. You were scared and you did it anyway. That's the definition of brave. Or stupid. She smiled. Maybe both. The waiter came and took our orders. After he left, Emma leaned forward. Can I tell you something? Something I haven't told anyone else? Of course. There was a moment, right before I went downstairs to confront Marcus, where I thought about just going through with it anyway. Just marrying him and pretending I hadn't seen any of the evidence. Because it would have been easier. Because the wedding was planned and everyone was there and canceling felt like admitting failure. I felt my chest constrict. Emma, I know. I know how messed up that sounds. But for maybe 30 seconds, I seriously considered it. Just walking down that aisle and making the problem my future self's issue instead of my right now self's issue. What changed your mind? You. She met my eyes. I thought about what you'd risk to show me the truth. The fact that you knew I might hate you forever and you did it anyway. And I realized that if I ignored that, if I married him anyway, I would be spitting on your courage. I would be saying that your sacrifice meant nothing. I had to blink back tears. I didn't think about it like that. I know you didn't. That's what makes it matter. She reached across the table and squeezed my hand. You gave me a choice. That's the part I keep coming back to. You didn't tell me what to do. You didn't try to control the situation. You just gave me the information and trusted me to make my own decision. I was terrified you'd make the wrong one. But you let me make it anyway. Our food arrived. We ate in comfortable silence for a while. Then Emma asked, Have you heard anything about Marcus? Through the grapevine? I had, actually. A little. Sarah from his office told me he's been keeping a low profile. Word got around about why the wedding was cancelled, and apparently it's affecting his reputation at work. Some people think he's sleazy now. Good, Emma said simply. You're not worried about him trying to salvage things? Trying to come back? He can try. I won't respond. She stabbed a piece of chicken. You know what the hardest part is? It's not missing him. I thought I would miss him, but I don't. What I miss is the future I thought we'd have. The house we talked about buying. The kids we might have had. The life I built in my head. You'll build a different life. A better one. I know. But right now, I'm grieving the old one. Even though it was based on lies, it still feels like a loss. I got that. The loss of potential, of possibility, of the story you told yourself about how things would go. Even when the story was fiction, losing it hurt. A week later, I was at work when my phone buzzed with a message from an unknown number. My heart started racing before I even opened it. Unknown numbers hadn't meant anything good lately. The message said, This is Marcus. I know you probably don't want to hear from me, but I need to talk to you. Please. I stared at it for a long time. Then I screenshot it and sent it to Emma with the caption FYI. She responded immediately. Block him. Don't engage. But I was curious. Dangerously curious. I typed back, What do you want? 3 dots appeared. Disappeared. Appeared again. Then, I want to explain. What you saw, what you showed Emma, it's not the full picture. Can we meet for coffee? Just 20 minutes. I just want you to understand. I almost laughed. He was still trying to control the narrative. Still trying to charm his way out of consequences. I typed, There's nothing to understand. I saw the evidence. Emma saw the evidence. You can't explain your way out of facts. Please. I'm not trying to get Emma back. I just need you to know I'm not the monster you think I am. That got under my skin. You hit on me while engaged to my sister. You maintained active dating profiles throughout your relationship. You made plans to meet other women. What part of that doesn't make you exactly the person I think you are? A longer pause this time. Then, I have a problem. I know that now. I'm getting help. Therapy. I'm working on myself. I just don't want you and Emma going through life thinking I'm evil. I'm not evil. I'm broken, and I'm fixing it. I wanted to feel something for him. Sympathy, maybe, or compassion for someone acknowledging their flaws. But all I felt was anger. You're not broken, Marcus. You're selfish. And the fact that you're reaching out to me instead of respecting our boundaries just proves you haven't changed at all. I blocked the number before he could finish. Then I blocked it on every platform I could think of. Then I called Emma and told her what happened. He tried the same thing with me last week, she said. Different approach, but same energy. Trying to rewrite history, trying to make himself sympathetic. Did it work? For about 5 seconds, I felt bad for him. Then I remembered that he made those choices over and over again. That wasn't a mistake or an accident. That was a pattern, she sighed. He's going to keep trying, you know. Guys like him always do. They can't stand being the villain in someone else's story. She was right. Over the next 2 months, Marcus tried several more times to reach out through mutual friends, through email addresses we hadn't blocked, through comments on old social media posts. Each time, we ignored him. Each time, it got a little easier. But something else happened that I didn't expect. Women started reaching out to me at Emma. Women who had dated Marcus before. Women who had matched with him on dating apps while he was engaged. Women who had worked with him and felt uncomfortable around him but couldn't articulate why. One woman, Melissa, sent Emma a long message detailing her relationship with Marcus from 3 years ago. He was exactly the same, she wrote. Charming at first, then distant. Always on his phone. Always had excuses for where he was. I broke up with him when I found texts from another woman. He called me crazy and paranoid. Made me doubt my own perception of reality. I'm so glad your sister helped you see the truth before you married him. Another woman, who asked to remain anonymous, told us she'd matched with Marcus on a dating app 2 weeks before his wedding. He said he was single. We made plans to meet. Then I saw his Instagram, he had wedding photos all over it with another woman. I unmatched immediately and blocked him. I almost reached out to warn her, but I didn't know how. I'm sorry I didn't. Each story added another layer to understanding who Marcus really was. Not a person who made one mistake, but someone with a years-long pattern of deception and manipulation. Someone who was good at finding women who trusted easily and then exploiting that trust. Emma and I talked about going public with his pattern. Creating some kind of warning system for other women. But our lawyer advised against it. Defamation is hard to prove, but it's also hard to defend against, she said. You have evidence of what he did to you. You don't have evidence of everything else. He could sue. So we stayed quiet. But we responded to every woman who reached out. We validated their experiences. We told them they weren't crazy or paranoid. We shared what we'd learned about recognizing red flags and trusting your instincts. It became, in a weird way, therapeutic. Helping other women avoid what Emma almost went through. Turning our disaster into something useful. 6 months after the non-wedding, Emma met someone new. She was cautious about telling me at first, like she was worried I'd judge her for moving on too quickly or not being careful enough. But when she finally introduced me to David, I understood why she'd taken the chance. David was different. Not perfect, but genuinely different. He was comfortable being vulnerable. He talked about his therapy openly. He had female friends he'd known for years who clearly trusted him. He asked questions and actually listened to the answers. He treated Emma like a partner, not a prize. I'm being so careful this time, Emma told me over coffee. Maybe too careful. I keep looking for red flags. I keep testing him to see if he'll fail. Has he? No. Not once. He's passed every test. He's been patient with my baggage and my trust issues and my need to move slowly. He's been kind. Then maybe stop testing him and just enjoy it. She smiled. That's what my therapist says too. Watching Emma rebuild her life, watching her learn to trust again while also maintaining healthy boundaries, was one of the most beautiful things I've ever witnessed. She was becoming a version of herself that I'd never seen before. Stronger, but also softer in the right ways. Guarded, but not closed off. And our relationship, mine and Emma's, had shifted into something deeper. We'd always been close, but now there was this understanding between us that went beyond words. We'd survived something together. We'd faced down the worst-case scenario and come out the other side. My own life changed too, in ways I'm still processing. I'm more cautious now. More skeptical. I look at couples differently, always wondering what might be hidden beneath the surface. I've become the friend who asks uncomfortable questions. Who pushes back when someone's story doesn't quite add up? Who isn't satisfied with surface level answers? Some people find it annoying. They want me to just be happy for them, to accept things at face value. But Emma's experience taught me that sometimes love isn't enough. Sometimes intention isn't enough. Sometimes people are exactly who they seem to be in their worst moments, and ignoring that doesn't make it less true. I also think about the ethics of what I did more than I probably should. I've had long conversations with Rachel about surveillance and privacy and whether the ends justify the means. I've read articles about digital forensics and the legality of accessing someone else's email. I've thought about what I would do if someone did to me what I did to Marcus. The honest answer? I hope I never have to find out. Because here's the thing I keep coming back to, I was right. Marcus was exactly who I thought he was. The evidence I found was real. The danger I sensed was legitimate. But what if I'd been wrong? What if I'd invaded his privacy, destroyed his relationship, and ruined his reputation based on a misunderstanding or a moment of poor judgment? That's the weight I carry? Not guilt for what I did, but the knowledge of what I was willing to do. The line I was willing to cross. The fact that I'm capable of that level of calculation and deception when I feel it's justified. Emma says I'm overthinking it. That I saved her and that's all that matters. My therapist says I'm processing trauma and that's normal. Rachel says I need to give myself permission to be proud of what I did instead of constantly second-guessing it. Maybe they're all right. Maybe I need to accept that I did something morally complicated for good reasons and stop waiting for permission to feel okay about it. But I also think there's value in sitting with the discomfort. In not letting myself off the hook too easily. In remembering that power, even when used for good, is still power. And power without constant self-examination becomes dangerous. Last week, Emma and I went back to that hotel where the non-wedding happened. Not for any particular reason. We just drove by and Emma suggested we stop in. The lobby looked different. Brighter, maybe, or smaller than I remembered. We stood in the spot where Emma had confronted Marcus. Where 200 guests had watched their relationship implode. Where everything had changed. Do you ever regret it? I asked her. The whole thing. The drama. The public nature of it. She thought about it. Sometimes I wish it had been more private. That we figured it out without an audience. But no, I don't regret the outcome. I regret dating him in the first place. I regret not seeing the signs sooner. But I don't regret ending it when I did. We walked up to the balcony where we'd sat that night. The city looked the same. The parking lot was full of different cars hosting different events. Life had moved on. Thank you, Emma said again. I know I've said it before, but I need you to really hear it. Thank you for being willing to be the villain in my story so that I could be the hero in my own life. I'd never thought of it that way. But she was right. For those few days, in her eyes, I was the villain. The jealous sister. The troublemaker. The one who wouldn't let her be happy. And I'd been willing to be that person. To carry that weight. To risk everything because the alternative was watching her marry someone who would hurt her. You're welcome, I said simply. We stood there for a while longer, not talking, just existing in that space where everything had almost fallen apart but didn't. Where we both made choices that changed the trajectory of our lives. Then we left. Got in the car. Went to dinner at our usual place. Talked about normal things like work and movies and whether we should plan a trip somewhere this summer. Because that's what healing looks like, I think. Not dramatic moments of clarity or resolution, but quiet Tuesdays where you realize you're okay. Where the weight feels a little lighter. Where you can laugh about something stupid and mean it. I don't know what the moral of this story is. Maybe there isn't one. Maybe it's just a thing that happened, a choice I made, a disaster I helped avert. Maybe some stories don't need tidy conclusions or clear lessons. But if I had to distill it down to something simple, it would be this: trust your gut. Protect the people you love. And be willing to be uncomfortable, to be wrong, to be the villain, if it means standing between them and danger. Would I do it again? Yes. Without hesitation. Every single time. And I hope I never have to.
Story 3.
I let my sister and her new husband stay in my house rent-free because he was struggling financially after losing his job. Just 2 weeks later, her husband sat me down at my own kitchen table and slid a paper across to me. We think it's only fair you start paying rent, $2,500 a month. This is our home now, and you need to contribute. My sister nodded along, avoiding my eyes. I didn't argue. I just smiled and said, "You're absolutely right." The next day, I bought a doorbell camera. Not one of those obvious ones. A tiny thing disguised as a porch light fixture. Cost me $300 I couldn't really afford, but I needed to know what happened when I wasn't home. The installation guy raised an eyebrow when I mentioned wanting to monitor who comes and goes while I'm at work, but he didn't ask questions. Just mounted it and showed me how to access the feed from my phone. Let me back up. I need you to understand how we got here. My sister Vanessa is 2 years younger than me. Growing up, she was the one who got away with everything. The golden child. The one who could cry on command and turn mom and dad into her personal defense attorneys. I learned early to keep my head down, work hard, and handle my own problems. By the time I was 32, I'd saved enough to put a down payment on a modest 3-bedroom house in a decent neighborhood. Nothing fancy. Beige siding, small yard, mortgage that kept me up at night sometimes. But it was mine. Vanessa, meanwhile, had bounced between apartments and boyfriends for a decade. She had this pattern. Fall hard for someone, move in within weeks, ignore every red flag until the relationship imploded, then show up on my doorstep with tearful stories about how blindsided she was. Again. Enter Marcus. She met him at some networking event. She worked in sales, he claimed to be in real estate investment. They'd been dating for 4 months when she announced they were getting married. Small ceremony, just family. I remember thinking Marcus seemed smooth. Too smooth. The kind of guy who maintained eye contact a beat too long and laughed at his own jokes before anyone else did. But Vanessa glowed around him, and I wanted to believe she'd finally found stability. 2 weeks after their courthouse wedding, she called me sobbing. Marcus had lost his job. The real estate firm had downsized, and he was unexpectedly unemployed. They were burning through his savings, couldn't afford their apartment's rent, and the landlord was threatening eviction. Could they stay with me? Just temporarily. Just until Marcus got back on his feet. I hesitated. My house had 2 spare bedrooms, sure. But something felt off about the whole situation. Marcus losing his job so soon after the wedding. Vanessa's desperation despite her own steady income. Then she said, "You're my sister. You're all I have." I caved. They moved in on a Saturday. Marcus arrived with a U-Haul full of furniture, leather couch, massive flat-screen TV, king-sized bed, boxes and boxes of stuff. Way more than 2 people temporarily crashing would need. I helped carry boxes, made sandwiches, tried to make them feel welcome. Vanessa hugged me tight and whispered thank you against my shoulder. Marcus gripped my hand in this overly firm handshake and said, "We really appreciate this. You're a lifesaver." The first week was fine. Quiet, even. Marcus spent days on his laptop in the guest room, supposedly applying for jobs. Vanessa left early for work and came home exhausted. We ate dinner separately, crossed paths in the kitchen with polite nods. I told myself this wouldn't be so bad. Temporary. Manageable. By the second week, things shifted. Small things at first. Marcus started rearranging my living room furniture without asking. Moved my reading chair to make room for their massive couch. When I mentioned it, he just smiled and said, "Looks better this way, doesn't it? More open." Vanessa was standing right there and said nothing. Their bathroom habits got worse. Towels left on the floor. Hair clogging the drain. My expensive shampoo mysteriously emptying twice as fast. I bit my tongue. Temporary, I reminded myself. Then Marcus started eating my groceries. Not just shared staples, my specific purchases. The Greek yogurt I bought for breakfast. The fancy cheese I saved for special occasions. The meal prep containers I'd carefully labeled and stacked in the fridge. He'd wander into the kitchen while I was working from home, open my containers, and eat directly from them while scrolling his phone. When I asked him to please stick to the shared groceries, he laughed. "Come on, we're family now. Don't be so uptight." Vanessa started staying late at work. Or claiming to. I suspected she was avoiding the house. Avoiding dealing with whatever was happening between me and her husband. 2 Sundays into their stay, I came home from grocery shopping to find Marcus had invited 3 friends over. They were in my living room, feet on my coffee table, beer bottles everywhere, watching a basketball game at full volume. My living room. My house. No text asking permission. No heads up. I stood in the doorway holding grocery bags, and Marcus glanced over. "Hey. We're just watching the game. You want a beer?" "This is my house," I said, keeping my voice level. "You need to ask before having people over." He muted the TV. His friends shifted uncomfortably. "Whoa, relax. It's just a few guys. We're not throwing a rager." I don't care. You ask first. Something flickered behind his eyes. Something cold. But he smiled. You're right. Sorry. My bad. He turned to his friends. Guys, maybe we should take this elsewhere. My sister-in-law is feeling territorial. They left. But the damage was done. That word, territorial, hung in the air like smoke. That night, I heard them arguing in their room. Muffled voices through the wall. Vanessa's pleading tone. Marcus's sharp responses. I pressed my ear to the wall but couldn't make out words. Just the cadence of a fight. It ended with a door slamming and silence. The next morning, Monday morning, Marcus cornered me in the kitchen before I left for work. We need to talk, he said. My stomach dropped. About what? Sit down. I didn't sit. I have to leave for work. This'll just take a minute. He pulled out a chair at the kitchen table, my kitchen table, and gestured for me to sit. Something in his tone made me comply. He sat across from me, fingers laced together like a businessman in a negotiation. That's when he slid the paper across the table. It was a typed document. Titled Household Contribution Agreement. I scanned the first few lines. Formal language about shared expenses and fair distribution of costs. Then I saw the number, $2,500 per month. What is this? My voice came out smaller than I intended. A rental agreement, Marcus said, leaning back in his chair. Vanessa and I have been talking, and we think it's only fair that you start contributing to the household expenses. You're living here too, after all. And since we're covering a lot of the shared costs, utilities, groceries, general upkeep, we think $2,500 a month is reasonable. My brain stuttered. This is my house. Technically, yes. But we're all living here together, and fair is fair. This way, nobody feels taken advantage of. I'm not paying you rent in my own house. Vanessa appeared in the doorway. She'd been listening. Her face was pale, eyes fixed on the floor. Actually, she said quietly, we've been talking to some people, and legally, since we've established residency here and we're contributing to the household, there's an argument that we have certain rights. Marcus has been looking into it. My hands went numb. You're threatening me. No one's threatening anyone, Marcus said smoothly. We're just trying to be fair. You're benefiting from having us here, companionship, help around the house, shared costs. It's only right that you contribute your share. Otherwise, it feels like we're being taken advantage of. The audacity should have made me furious. But instead, I felt something else. A strange, cold clarity settling over me. I looked at my sister, who still wouldn't meet my eyes. Then at Marcus, who watched me with this smug little smile. I smiled back. You're absolutely right. His eyebrows lifted slightly. So you'll sign? I need to read it over first. But yeah, you make a fair point. I should contribute. Vanessa's head snapped up, confusion flashing across her face. Marcus looked satisfied, triumphant. Great. Take your time reading it. We can discuss the details tonight. I folded the paper, slipped it into my bag, and left for work. And that's when I bought the doorbell camera. The installation happened during my lunch break. I told my boss I had a dentist appointment. The guy had it up and running in 45 minutes. I tested the app on my phone, crystal clear video, excellent audio, motion-activated alerts. Perfect. That night, I came home with Thai takeout for everyone. Made a show of being agreeable and pleasant. Over pad Thai and spring rolls, I asked Marcus about his job search. He gave vague answers about applications pending and interviews lined up. I nodded along, asked follow-up questions, acted interested. Vanessa seemed confused by my sudden shift in attitude but played along. Before bed, I signed the rental agreement. Added the date. Left it on the kitchen counter with a note, thought about it, and you're right. First payment will be ready on the 1st of the month. I didn't sleep that night. Just lay in the dark, listening to the house settle, planning. The doorbell camera started paying dividends immediately. Tuesday morning, after I left for work, Marcus had a visitor. A woman. Mid-30s, professionally dressed, expensive handbag. She arrived at 10:15. The camera caught Marcus opening the door, greeting her with a hug that lasted too long, his hand sliding down to the small of her back as he led her inside. The door closed behind them. She didn't leave for 2 hours. I watched the footage during my lunch break, sitting in my car in the work parking lot. Felt my heartbeat in my throat. This wasn't proof of anything definitive, but it was something. I saved the video. Wednesday, another visitor. Different woman. This one arrived with a briefcase and left 90 minutes later. Marcus walked her to her car, and before she got in, he leaned close and whispered something that made her laugh. The camera caught it all. Thursday, Vanessa came home early, unusual for her. I got the motion alert on my phone and watched Liv as she unlocked the door and went inside. 20 minutes later, she came back out, walking fast, got in her car, and left. Her face looked blotchy. Like she'd been crying. Friday evening, I came home to find Marcus cooking dinner. Actual dinner, chicken marsala with roasted vegetables. He'd set the table with my nice dishes, even lit candles. "What's all this?" I asked, genuinely confused. "Just wanted to show our appreciation," he said. "You've been really cool about everything. The rental agreement, making space for us. We know it's not easy." Vanessa emerged from the hallway, freshly showered, wearing a dress I'd never seen before. She looked nervous. Marcus thought it would be nice if we all sat down together. Like a family. We ate dinner. It was surreal. Marcus told stories about his college days, made jokes, asked about my work. Vanessa barely ate, just pushed food around her plate. I played along, matching Marcus's energy, laughing at the right moments. Inside, my mind was calculating. Something had shifted. This dinner was strategic. But why? After we cleaned up, Marcus pulled me aside. "Hey, about the rental agreement. We've been thinking, maybe $2,500 is a bit steep. How about $1,800? Still fair, but a little more manageable for you." "That's generous," I said carefully. "We're family. We want this to work for everyone." I nodded. Smiled. "I appreciate that." That night, I scrolled through the doorbell camera footage again. Watched the two women arrive and leave. Watched Vanessa's early departure on Thursday, her tear-stained face. Watched Marcus standing on my porch after each visitor left, checking his phone with this satisfied smirk. Something was very wrong. This wasn't just about Marcus being entitled or freeloading. There was a con happening. I could feel it. But I needed more information. Saturday morning, I told them I was going to visit an old friend upstate. We'd be gone all day, probably back late. Marcus seemed pleased. Vanessa just nodded, distracted. I drove exactly 3 blocks away and parked. Waited 30 minutes, then accessed the doorbell camera feed on my phone. Marcus left the house at 11. Drove off in his car. Vanessa stayed inside. At noon, a man arrived. Late 50s, expensive suit, leather portfolio. He rang the doorbell. Vanessa answered. They stood on the porch talking, the audio picked up fragments of their conversation. Property value. Market assessment. Buyers interested. My blood went ice cold. They went inside. I couldn't see or hear what happened during those 45 minutes, the camera only covered the porch. When they came back out, the man handed Vanessa a business card. "Just give me those documents we discussed, and we can move forward with the listing." Listing. They were planning to sell my house. I sat in my car, shaking. Physically shaking. The pieces clicked into place with brutal clarity. The rental agreement wasn't about rent. It was about establishing that they lived there, that they contributed financially, that they had legal standing. Marcus's job search was a cover while they worked out the logistics. The mysterious visitors, a real estate attorney, maybe an appraiser, building a case for shared ownership or some legal claim I didn't fully understand. And Vanessa knew. Was actively participating. I drove around aimlessly for an hour, trying to calm down enough to think clearly. My sister was helping her husband steal my house. The house I'd worked myself to exhaustion to afford. The house that represented every sacrifice I'd made while she bounced from crisis to crisis. Fine. If they wanted to play this game, I'd play. But I'd play better. I stopped at an office supplies store. Bought a small voice-activated recorder. The kind that looks like a USB drive. Then I went to a FedEx office and printed every frame of the doorbell camera footage that showed the various visitors, time-stamped and dated. Made copies. Stored them in 3 different locations, one in my car, one in my work locker, one in a folder at my desk. When I got home that evening, Marcus and Vanessa were watching TV. I walked in with bags from Target, cleaning supplies, organizational stuff, and announced I'd been thinking about doing a deep clean of the house. If we're all living here together, might as well make it nice, right? They exchanged a glance. Marcus said, "That's a great idea. We can help." No need. I'll tackle it this week. Might rearrange some things, do some organizing. Fresh start. Over the next 3 days, I became a model roommate. Friendly, accommodating, eerily pleasant. I engaged in long conversations with Marcus about his job prospects, offered to help him update his resume, even suggested networking contacts. With Vanessa, I was sisterly and warm, asked about her work, remembered details she mentioned in passing, made her favorite coffee in the morning. They didn't know what to do with this version of me. I could see the confusion in their eyes. This wasn't the reaction they'd expected. They'd anticipated resistance, conflict, maybe even me storming out or demanding they leave. Instead, I was cooperative. Compliant. It unsettled them. Meanwhile, I was documenting everything. I placed the voice recorder in the kitchen, hidden inside a decorative canister on top of the fridge. It captured every conversation they had when they thought I wasn't listening. Marcus on the phone with someone, discussing the property transfer timeline. Vanessa whispering frantically about moving too fast and Marcus snapping back that she already signed the paper, we're covered. The rental agreement. They thought I'd signed a document that would somehow give them legal claim to the house. But I'd taken photos of every page before signing. And I'd consulted with a lawyer, quietly, during my lunch break, paying out of pocket for a 30-minute consultation. The lawyer had laughed. This is toilet paper. No legal standing whatsoever. You own the house. Your name is on the deed. Unless they can prove fraud or that you signed away your property rights in some legally binding way, which this isn't, they have zero claim. This is tenant law at best. And even then, you're the landlord. You can evict them with proper notice. But I didn't want to just evict them. I wanted them to understand exactly what they tried to do. What they'd almost done. The betrayal. Thursday evening, I came home to find Marcus alone in the living room. Vanessa was working late again. He was on his laptop, and when I walked in, he quickly closed it. Suspicious, but I pretended not to notice. Hey, I said casually. Can I ask you something? Sure. He leaned back, arms crossed. The women who've been coming by. While I'm at work. Are they? Are you interviewing for jobs here? Because I heard voices a couple times. His face went carefully neutral. Oh, yeah. A couple informational interviews. Networking, you know. Easier to do it here than meet at a coffee shop. Makes sense. I smiled. You're really hustling. I respect that. Thanks. I'm trying. I let the silence hang for a beat. Then, I was thinking. About the house. About our arrangement. And I realized I've been kind of selfish. His eyebrows rose. How so? Well, you and Vanessa are starting your life together. Building something. And here I am, single, just taking up space in this big house. It doesn't seem fair. What are you saying? I met his eyes. Saw the greed flicker behind them. I'm saying maybe you guys should take over the house. Like, officially. I could move out. Find an apartment. Let you two have the space. Build your life here. He tried to hide his excitement, but I saw it. The quick intake of breath. The way his fingers twitched. That's really generous of you. But we couldn't ask you to do that. You're not asking. I'm offering. I paused. Obviously, we'd need to work out the details. The financial stuff. But I think it could work. I think it's the right thing to do. Wow. I mean. Yeah, let's definitely talk about that. Vanessa and I would need to discuss it, obviously. But that's really cool of you. I nodded, still smiling. Family should help each other, right? Absolutely. That night, the voice recorder captured them celebrating. Whispering excitedly in their room about how I'd finally come around and how this was better than we thought, and Marcus saying, I told you she'd crack. Just needed the right pressure. I lay in my bed, headphones in, listening to the playback. Each word was a knife. But also fuel. Friday, I called in sick to work. Told Marcus and Vanessa I was coming down with something and just needed to rest. They left for the day, Marcus to wherever he actually went, Vanessa to her office. As soon as they were gone, I called a locksmith. I need to change all the locks on my house today. Can you do it? He could. Charged me a premium for the same-day service, but it was done by noon. New keys, new deadbolts, new everything. I kept one set for myself. Stored the other in my car. Then I called a storage facility and rented a small unit. Spent the afternoon moving Marcus and Vanessa's things, systematically, carefully, into my car and driving them to storage. The leather couch. The massive TV. The king-sized bed. All the boxes they'd moved in. Every single item they'd brought into my house. It took 7 trips. I was exhausted. Sweating. But I didn't stop. By the time I finished, their room was empty except for the basic furniture that had always been there. My furniture. I stripped their sheets, replaced them with fresh ones, and closed the door. Then I packed an overnight bag for myself and left. Checked into a hotel 20 minutes away. Ordered room service. Took a long shower. And waited. The doorbell camera caught everything. They arrived home around 6:30. I watched on my phone, propped up against the hotel pillow. Marcus tried his key first. It didn't work. Tried again. Nothing. I could hear him swearing through the audio. Vanessa tried hers. Same result. Marcus pounded on the door. What the heck? Did she change the locks? They both checked their phones, probably texting me. I turned off my phone after getting to the hotel. They called. Voicemails piled up. I didn't listen. Marcus tried the back door. Also rekeyed. He paced on the porch, agitated, while Vanessa stood there looking scared. Finally, he pulled out his phone and called someone. Hey, yeah, we've got a situation. She changed the locks. No, I don't know where she is. Can you come over? 30 minutes later, a man pulled up. Same guy from Saturday, the one who'd talked to Vanessa about listing the property. He got out, assessed the situation, and the 3 of them stood on my porch having what looked like a very intense conversation. The audio quality was excellent. This complicates things, the man said. If she's locked you out, she's clearly aware something's up. She can't just kick us out, Marcus said. We have rights. Tenant rights. You have minimal rights. You've been here, 2 weeks? And there's no formal lease. If she wanted, she could call the cops right now and report you as trespassers. Vanessa's voice, small and panicked. What do we do? You wait, the man said. She'll have to come back eventually. When she does, you explain that what she's doing is illegal. That she has to give you proper eviction notice. Buy yourselves time, figure out your next move. The rental agreement, Marcus started, is worth less than the paper it's printed on. I told you from the beginning, this was a long shot. You needed her to sign something with actual legal weight. That wasn't it. They stayed on the porch until almost midnight. At one point, Marcus tried to kick in the door. The new deadbolt held. Eventually, they gave up and left. I watched them drive away, Marcus's car disappearing down the street. I slept better that night than I had in weeks. Saturday morning, I checked out of the hotel and drove home. Pulled into the driveway at 10 a.m., fully expecting them to be there. They weren't. The porch was empty. No sign of forced entry. I unlocked the door and went inside. Everything was exactly as I'd left it. Silent. Still. Mine again. I made coffee. Sat at my kitchen table. And waited. They showed up at 11. Must have been watching the house. I heard their car pull up, heard them approach the door. They knocked. I didn't answer. Just sipped my coffee. More knocking. We know you're in there. Marcus's voice, angry now. Open the door. I set down my mug. Walked to the door. Opened it, but kept the security chain on. Looked at them through the gap. Hi, I said pleasantly. Vanessa spoke first. What are you doing? Why did you change the locks? My house. My locks. My decision. Marcus pushed forward. You can't just kick us out like this. We have legal rights. You need to give us proper notice. Notice? I interrupted. You mean like the notice you gave me before trying to sell my house? Vanessa went pale. Marcus's jaw tightened. Yeah, I continued. I know about the real estate guy. About your plan to claim ownership. About the fake rental agreement that was never about rent. I know everything. You're paranoid, Marcus said, but his voice lacked conviction. I have footage. Time-stamped video. Recorded conversations. Documentation of every person who came to this house while I was gone, including your buddy the real estate attorney who's apparently been helping you commit fraud. Silence. Here's what's going to happen, I said, keeping my voice level. You're going to leave. Right now. I've already moved all your belongings to a storage facility. Here's the address and the unit number. I slid a piece of paper through the gap. You have the weekend to collect your things. After that, I'm donating everything to Goodwill. Vanessa, Marcus turned to my sister. Say something. She's your family. Vanessa's eyes were red. I didn't want to, she whispered. I told him it was wrong. I told him. But you did it anyway. I looked at her. Really looked at her. Saw the sister I'd grown up with, protected, helped over and over. And felt nothing but cold fury. You stood in my kitchen and threatened me. You helped plan this. You went behind my back to sell my home. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down her face. I'm so sorry. He said it would work. He said you'd never know. He said. He lied, I said flatly. And you chose to believe him. You chose him over me. Over everything. Marcus grabbed Vanessa's arm. Let's go. She's insane. We'll get a lawyer. Sue her for illegal eviction. Do it, I said. Please. I'd love for this to go to court. I'd love for you to explain to a judge why you thought you could steal your sister-in-law's house. I have documentation proving ownership, your fake rental agreement, footage of your accomplices, recorded conversations about your plans. Bring it on. He didn't respond. Just pulled Vanessa toward the car. She looked back once, her face crumpling. I held her gaze until she turned away. I closed the door. Locked it. And released a breath I'd been holding for weeks. They didn't sue. Didn't try to come back. I changed my phone number the following week, just in case. Before that, I'd texted Vanessa the storage unit address and access code, gave them 72 hours to collect their things. Checked the storage unit 3 days later, and everything was gone. The unit was empty except for a single cardboard box left in the corner. Inside was the rental agreement, torn in half. And a note in Vanessa's handwriting, I really am sorry. I threw it all away. The following weeks felt strange. The house was mine again, but it didn't feel quite the same. Every room held echoes of those 2 weeks. I'd walk into the kitchen and remember Marcus sliding that paper across the table. Pass by the guest room and think of Vanessa's voice saying we have certain rights. The living room where he'd rearranged my furniture without asking. I replaced things gradually. New furniture. Fresh paint. Different arrangement. Erased them piece by piece. Mom called eventually. Vanessa must have told her some version of events. Mom didn't ask for my side, just launched into a lecture about family and forgiveness and how I'd overreacted. I listened for about 30 seconds before hanging up. She called back. I didn't answer. Dad texted a week later, your mother says you and Vanessa had a falling out. Don't know the details. Don't need to. But she's your sister. Life's too short. I didn't respond. 3 months later, I got a friend request on social media from someone I didn't recognize. The profile was sparse, but the photo was recent. Vanessa? Different last name now. Back to her maiden name. Single, apparently. I declined the request. The doorbell camera is still there. I check it occasionally, out of habit more than necessity. The house is quiet now. Just me and my mortgage and the silence I've learned to appreciate. Sometimes, late at night, I wonder if I handled it correctly. If I should have confronted them earlier. If I should have tried to salvage something with Vanessa, despite everything. But then I remember the smug satisfaction in Marcus's eyes when he handed me that rental agreement. The way Vanessa avoided looking at me while nodding along. The recordings of them celebrating, thinking they'd won. Thinking I'd just roll over and let them take everything I'd worked for. And I stopped wondering. Because here's what I learned, people will take everything you give them and ask for more. They'll exploit kindness, weaponize love, and justify it all by calling it survival. And sometimes, the people who hurt you worst are the ones you'd have died to protect. My sister tried to steal my house. Not out of desperation or necessity, but out of entitlement. Because Marcus convinced her she deserved it. Because she'd spent her whole life believing she deserved more than she earned. And I let them think they'd won, right up until I took it all back. I don't feel guilty about that. I don't feel triumphant either. Mostly, I feel tired. Relieved. Grateful that I trusted my instincts, documented everything, and acted before it was too late. The house is mine. The life I built is mine. And that's worth more than a relationship built on betrayal could ever be. I sleep well now. Better than I have in years. And if Vanessa ever shows up at my door again, she'll find the locks are still changed. And I still have the recordings. But that's not where the story ends. About 6 weeks after I changed the locks, I started getting calls from numbers I didn't recognize. I let them go to voicemail. collection agencies, creditors, all looking for Marcus Henderson. Apparently, he'd listed my address on multiple credit applications, had opened accounts, maxed them out, and disappeared. The collectors wanted to know if I knew where he was, if I had forwarding information, if there was any way to contact him. I told them the truth. He'd stayed at my house briefly. I had no idea where he was now. They didn't believe me at first. One particularly aggressive woman accused me of harboring him. I had to explain, multiple times, that I'd kicked him out, that he was never a legal resident, that I wanted nothing to do with him. The calls kept coming for months. Different agencies, different debts. Each one revealed another layer of Marcus's scams. Credit cards in other people's names, fake business loans, a trail of financial destruction that stretched back years before he'd even met Vanessa. I should have felt vindicated. Proof that I'd been right about him. But mostly I felt sick. Because Vanessa had walked into that mess willingly. Had chosen him despite every red flag. Had turned on me for someone who'd been using her the whole time. One evening in November, my doorbell rang. Not the camera notification, the actual doorbell. I was in the kitchen making dinner, and my first instinct was to ignore it. I'd gotten good at ignoring things. But something made me check the camera feed on my phone first. It was Vanessa. She stood on the porch in a coat too thin for the weather, hands shoved in her pockets, looking smaller than I remembered. Her hair was different. Shorter. She kept glancing at the street like she expected someone to follow her. After a moment, she pulled out her phone. Mine buzzed with a text. "I know you're home. Please. Just 5 minutes." I stared at the screen. Every instinct screamed at me to delete the message and go back to cooking. But I found myself walking to the door anyway. Stood there with my hand on the knob, heart hammering. I opened it. Didn't unchain it. Just looked at her through the gap. "Hi," she said. Her voice was hoarse, like she'd been crying. Or maybe just hadn't used it much lately. "What do you want?" "To apologize. Properly. Not through a note. Face to face." "You already did. In the storage unit." I got the message. She flinched. "That wasn't enough." "I know that wasn't enough. What we did, what I did, there's no excuse for it. But I need you to know that I know that. I need you to hear me say it." "Fine. You said it." Apology noted. "Please." Her eyes filled with tears. Can we talk? I know I don't deserve it. But I have things I need to tell you. Things you should know." Part of me wanted to slam the door. To protect the peace I'd worked so hard to rebuild. But another part, the part that remembered teaching her to ride a bike, defending her against schoolyard bullies, staying up late helping her study for exams, that part made me hesitate. 5 minutes, I said. On the porch. You don't come inside. She nodded quickly. Okay. Thank you. I stepped outside, closing the door behind me. Crossed my arms and waited. Vanessa took a shaky breath. Marcus is gone. Like, really gone. He emptied our bank account 3 days after we left here. Took everything, my savings, the money I'd set aside for rent, all of it. I haven't seen him since. That's unfortunate. I filed a police report. They said there's not much they can do. Married couples have access to joint accounts. Even if one person drains them, she laughed bitterly. Turns out he'd been planning it for a while. The house thing was plan A. When that fell through, he just moved to plan B. Which was taking my money and disappearing. I didn't respond. Didn't trust myself to speak without saying something cruel. I've been staying with a friend from work, she continued. Sleeping on her couch. I had to leave my job. Marcus kept calling there, leaving threatening messages, blaming me for ruining his plans. My boss said it was creating a hostile environment. Her voice cracked. I lost everything. My husband, my savings, my job, my sister. And it's all my fault. Yes, I said quietly. It is. She looked at me then, really looked at me, and I saw something I'd never seen in my sister before. Genuine remorse. Not the performative tears she'd weaponized our whole lives. Real, crushing guilt. I don't expect you to forgive me, she said. I wouldn't forgive me. I just needed you to know that I understand what I did. How badly I betrayed you. You offered me help when I needed it, and I repaid you by trying to steal your home. She wiped her face with her sleeve. I'm not asking for anything. I just wanted you to know that I'm sorry. And that I know sorry isn't enough. The November wind picked up, cutting through both our jackets. I watched my sister shiver and felt nothing. No urge to invite her inside. No instinct to comfort her. That connection had been severed, and standing here looking at her was like looking at a stranger who happened to share my DNA. "There's something else you should know," Vanessa said. "Marcus called me last week. From a number I didn't recognize. He was angry. Said I ruined everything by being weak. By not playing along better. He said if I'd just kept you convinced for another few weeks, they could have forged your signature on actual deed transfer documents. That the whole rental agreement thing was just to keep you compliant while they worked out the real paperwork." My stomach dropped. They would have forged my signature? That's what he said. He was furious that you figured it out before they could make it happen. Said I should have been more convincing. Should have kept you distracted. She met my eyes. "So when I say you saved yourself by acting when you did, I mean it. If you'd waited even a little longer." She didn't finish. Didn't need to. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you deserve to know how bad it could have been. And because..." She hesitated. "Because Marcus isn't done. He's still angry? He told me he knows where you work. That he's been watching. That you haven't seen the last of him." Ice flooded my veins. "He threatened me?" "Not directly. But the way he talked. I got scared. I thought you should be warned." "Did you tell the police?" "They said without a specific threat, there's nothing they can do. They took a report, but..." She shrugged helplessly. "I'm telling you because I don't trust him. Because I know what he's capable of now. And because even though you probably hate me, I don't want you to get hurt." We stood in silence for a long moment. A car passed on the street. Someone's dog barked in the distance. Normal neighborhood sounds. But everything felt tilted, dangerous. "I need to go," Vanessa said finally. I had to tell you. About Marcus. About all of it." She turned to leave, then stopped. "For what it's worth, I'm proud of you. For trusting your instincts. For being smart enough to document everything. For not being like me, stupid enough to trust the wrong person. Vanessa," she looked back. "Get therapy. Like, actual therapy. Figure out why you keep doing this to yourself. Because I can't watch it anymore. I can't be the person you run to when it all falls apart. That door is closed." She nodded slowly. "I know. I'm sorry I ever put that on you. You deserved a better sister." Then she walked to her car and drove away. I went back inside and immediately called a security company. Had an alarm system installed within 48 hours. Motion sensors on all windows and doors. Panic buttons in the bedroom and living room. I forwarded Marcus's last known photo to the monitoring service with instructions to call the police immediately if anyone matching his description approached the property. Maybe I was being paranoid. Or maybe Vanessa had just confirmed what I'd already suspected, that Marcus was dangerous. That his calm, smooth exterior had always hidden something volatile. For the next few weeks, I was hypervigilant. Checked the camera feeds obsessively. Varied my routine, different times leaving for work, different routes, different grocery stores. I told my boss about the situation, vague details but enough that she understood I might need flexibility if anything happened. She was understanding. Gave me her personal cell number and told me to call anytime. Nothing happened. Marcus didn't show up. Didn't call. No suspicious cars in the neighborhood. No strange incidents. The most exciting thing that occurred was a delivery driver leaving a package at the wrong house. But the fear lingered. Reshaped how I moved through the world. I became someone who looked over her shoulder. Who locked car doors immediately upon getting inside. Who kept her phone charged and close at all times. December arrived with the first real snowfall. I decorated the house for the holidays, something I'd never bothered with before. Put up a tree. Hung lights. Created warmth and normalcy in spaces that had felt violated. Reclaiming them inch by inch. On Christmas Eve, another text from an unknown number, "You stole my life." My hands shook as I took a screenshot and forwarded it to the police. Filed another report. They said the same thing, without a direct threat, without proof of who sent it, there was little they could do. They'd document it. Keep it on file. Advised me to continue being cautious. I spent Christmas alone. Ordered Chinese food. Watched movies. Tried not to think about previous Christmases with family. With Vanessa. Before everything fractured beyond repair. The new year came. I threw myself into work. Got a promotion in February. Used the raise to finally afford the kitchen renovation I'd been dreaming about. tore out the old cabinets, the ones Marcus had leaned against while threatening me, and replaced them with clean white ones. New countertops. New appliances. Made it truly mine. Spring brought an unexpected development. A woman showed up at my door in March. Professional, mid-40s, carrying a briefcase. My heart stopped when I saw her through the camera. She looked like the type of person Marcus would send. But when she spoke into the intercom, her voice was kind. "I'm Detective Linda Chen with the Fraud Division. I'm investigating Marcus Henderson. I understand he resided at this address briefly. Would you be willing to answer some questions?" I verified her credentials through the police department before letting her in. She sat at my kitchen table and opened her case file. "Marcus Henderson is part of a larger investigation," she explained. "We've connected him to at least 15 cases of real estate fraud across 3 states. You're not the first person he's attempted this with. But you are the first one who caught on before he succeeded." Relief and horror washed over me in equal measure. "He's done this before?" "Multiple times. Usually targets single women, often family members. Establishes residency, creates paperwork that looks official, then either forces a sale or forges documents to transfer the deed. By the time victims realize what's happened, he's long gone with the proceeds." "Has anyone caught him?" She shook her head. "He's careful. Uses different names, different stories. We only started connecting the cases about 8 months ago when a pattern emerged. His victims are often too embarrassed to come forward. Or they don't realize they have documentation that could help." She looked at me pointedly. "But you do. The doorbell camera footage. The recordings. The paper trail. You documented everything?" "I kept it all." "Would you be willing to provide it? For the investigation?" I didn't hesitate. "Yes. Absolutely." Over the next hour, I showed her everything. Every video clip. Every recording. The fake rental agreement. The timeline of visitors. The text from Vanessa. She copied it all, taking meticulous notes, asking detailed questions about dates and times in specific conversations. When she finished, she closed her notebook. "This is the strongest evidence we've had. With this, we can connect him to other cases. Show a pattern. Build something that'll actually stick." "What about Vanessa?" "My sister. Is she in trouble?" "That depends. Was she an active participant or another victim?" Detective Chen's expression was neutral. "From what you've described, it sounds like she was manipulated into helping. But I need to interview her to determine intent." I gave her Vanessa's last known number. Didn't know if it still worked. Didn't know if Vanessa would cooperate. But it felt like the right thing to do, giving her a chance to make this right, even partially. Detective Chen stood to leave. At the door, she turned back. "For what it's worth, you handled this better than most people would have. You trusted your instincts. Documented everything. Didn't let emotion cloud your judgment. That's rare." "I almost didn't," I admitted. "Almost just signed the paper and hoped it would all work out. But you didn't. That's what matters." After she left, I sat in my living room and cried. Not from sadness, exactly. From release. From the validation that I hadn't been crazy or paranoid. That my instincts had been right. That documenting everything, changing the locks, taking action, all of it had been justified. The investigation took months. Detective Chen kept me updated periodically. They tracked Marcus to Nevada, where he was running the same scam on a widow. But this time, they were ready. They arrested him in June. Multiple charges. Fraud. Identity theft. Attempted grand larceny. The list went on. Vanessa called me when she heard. I let it go to voicemail. She didn't leave a message. Just hung up and didn't call again. The trial was scheduled for October. I'd have to testify. Face Marcus in court. The prosecutor warned me it might be difficult. That defense attorneys would try to paint me as vindictive or unstable. That they'd try to twist the narrative. I didn't care. Let them try. I had the truth. I had the evidence. And I had survived. Now it's August. Almost 10 months since Marcus and Vanessa first moved in, and about 10 months of fighting to reclaim what was mine. The house feels completely different. New furniture. Fresh paint. My kitchen renovation finished last month, and every morning I make coffee in a space that finally feels entirely mine. No ghosts. No echoes of betrayal. I still check the doorbell camera out of habit. Still have the alarm system. Still vary my routine sometimes. But the hypervigilance has faded. I'm cautious, but not consumed by fear. Mom called in July. First time since the eviction. She didn't apologize for taking Vanessa's side without hearing mine. Just said, I heard about the arrest. About Marcus. About what really happened. A long pause. I should have listened to you. Yes, I said. You should have. Another pause. Your father and I would like to see you. Maybe come by for dinner. I'll think about it. I haven't gone. Maybe I will eventually. Or maybe some fractures are too deep to mend. I'm still deciding. What I do know is this: I'm stronger than I thought. Smarter than they assumed. And I refuse to let other people's betrayals define my life. The house is mine. The life I built is mine. And the recordings that saved me are backed up in 3 different locations, just in case. But more than that, I have myself. My instincts. My strength. The knowledge that when someone tries to take everything from you, you have the right to take it all back. And that's exactly what I did.
Story 4. I got into medical school, but my parents made me defer and work to pay for my brother's law school because he had more potential. I went anyway and they disowned me. Years later, when my dad needed a kidney transplant, they called asking if I'd donate. I said, ask the one with more potential. The acceptance letter arrived on a Tuesday in March. I held it in my hands, reading the words over and over until they blurred. Johns Hopkins School of Medicine. Full acceptance. Start date, August 28th. I was 22 years old, working 2 jobs to save every possible dollar, living in my childhood bedroom to avoid rent. My undergraduate loans were manageable. I'd done the calculations 100 times. With federal loans, a small private loan, and my savings, I could swing the first year. After that, I'd figure it out. People did it all the time. My hand shook as I walked downstairs to show my parents. Mom was at the kitchen table with her laptop open, Dad reading the newspaper with his coffee. Normal Tuesday morning. I laid the letter between them. I got in, I said. Mom picked it up, her eyes scanning quickly. Dad leaned over to read it with her. For a moment, neither of them spoke. That's wonderful, honey, Mom said, but her voice had a strange flatness to it. Congratulations, Ryan. Dad folded his newspaper. Sit down. We need to talk about something. The kitchen suddenly felt smaller. I pulled out a chair. Your brother got into Columbia Law, Mom said. Early decision. He found out yesterday. That's great, I said, meaning it. Tyler was 2 years older, brilliant, charismatic. We'd always been close despite our differences. Columbia's incredible. It's very expensive, Dad said. Even more than we anticipated. I waited. My stomach had started to tighten. We've been looking at the numbers all morning, Mom continued. She wouldn't meet my eyes. We can't do both. We can't help you both at the same time. I'm not asking you to help, I said quickly. I've got it figured out. Loans, my savings. Ryan. Dad's voice had that tone, the one that meant the decision was already made. Tyler's got a real shot here. Columbia Law opens doors that stay open. The connections, the opportunities. He could clerk for a Supreme Court justice. He could make partner at a major firm by 35. Medical school opens doors too, I said quietly. Of course it does. Mom reached across the table like she might touch my hand, then pulled back. But the thing is, law school is 3 years. Medical school is 4, plus residency. You're looking at 7 to 10 years before you're really earning. Tyler could be established, making real money, in 5 years. We need you to defer, Dad said. 1 year. Maybe 2. Work, save money, help us with Tyler's expenses. Then you can reapply. The kitchen clock ticked. Outside, a neighbor's dog barked. Help you with Tyler's expenses, I repeated. He's your brother, Mom said. This is what families do. We help each other. You want me to give up my spot at Johns Hopkins to pay for Tyler's law school? We're asking you to defer, Dad corrected. It's not giving it up. Reapply in a year or 2. You're smart, you'll get in again. Maybe somewhere even better, Mom added with desperate optimism. I looked at both of them. My father, who'd been an accountant for 30 years, who approached every decision with spreadsheets and logic. My mother, who taught elementary school, who'd always said she was proud of both her boys equally. What does Tyler think about this? I asked. They glanced at each other. Tyler doesn't know we're having this conversation, Mom said. We wanted to talk to you first. But he knows you're asking me to defer. Silence. He knows, Dad said finally. He thinks you should make your own choice. How generous of him. The bitterness surprised me with its intensity. Don't be like that, Mom said sharply. This isn't Tyler's fault. He worked hard for this opportunity. And I didn't? That's not what she meant, Dad said. Look, Ryan. You're a good student. You're responsible. But Tyler has something special. His LSAT score was 178. He was president of his debate team, editor of the law review at his undergrad. He's got recommendations from professors who clerked at the Supreme Court themselves. This is a once-in-a-lifetime trajectory. Columbia sent a recruiter to talk to him personally, Mom added. They want him. They believe in his potential. There it was. The word that would echo in my head for years. Potential. I got into Johns Hopkins, I said. My voice sounded distant to my own ears. One of the best medical schools in the country. That doesn't show potential? Of course it does, Mom said. But be realistic. You'll be a doctor. That's wonderful. But Tyler could be arguing before the Supreme Court. He could be shaping policy, influencing law. The scope of what he can accomplish is more important than saving lives. Don't twist our words, Dad snapped. We're talking about practical realities. Tyler's path is shorter, more lucrative, and frankly, more prestigious. He's got the personality for it. The drive. You're more of a steady, reliable type. Steady. Reliable. Code words for unremarkable. I'm going, I said. What? I'm going to Johns Hopkins. In August. I already accepted. Mom's face went pale. You can't. We just explained. You explained that you want me to give up my future to fund Tyler's. I'm telling you no. Ryan. Dad's voice went hard. We're not giving you a choice here. This is a family decision. You're living under our roof. We've supported you through college. We're asking you to support your brother now. I paid for my own college, I said. I worked 30 hours a week while taking a full course load. You didn't contribute a cent once I turned 18 because you said it would build character. And it did, Mom said. Look how responsible you turned out. Responsible enough to fund Tyler's education, apparently. You're being selfish, Dad said flatly. We raised you better than this. I stood up. My chair scraped against the floor. I start in August. I'll be moved out by the end of the month. If you walk away from this family, Dad said, his voice low and dangerous, don't expect to come back. David, Mom said, but she didn't tell him to stop. I mean it, he continued. You want to be selfish, to put yourself above your own brother, fine. But we won't be here when you need us. We won't cosign loans. We won't be emergency contacts. You'll be on your own. I already am on my own, I said. Apparently I have been for a while. I walked out of the kitchen. Went upstairs. Started packing. Tyler came home that evening. I heard him talking to our parents downstairs, their voices rising and falling. After an hour, he knocked on my bedroom door. Come in. He stood in the doorway, hands in his pockets. We had the same dark hair, same sharp jawline, but he'd always been taller, broader. More commanding presence, teachers used to say. They told me, he said. Congratulations on Columbia. I meant it, despite everything. Ryan, I didn't ask them to do this. But you're not stopping them either. He stepped inside, closed the door behind him. What am I supposed to do? Turn down Columbia? Of course not. Then what? I folded a shirt, placed it in my suitcase. Tell them it's wrong. Tell them I deserve to go to medical school. Tell them you'll figure out your own finances. I will figure them out. But if they want to help me, why should I refuse? They're our parents. They're asking me to defer my entire future, Tyler. My acceptance. My career. Everything. For 1 year. 2 at most. I stopped packing. Looked at him directly. You really think I'll get in again? Johns Hopkins? After deferring without a good reason and then reapplying? He shifted uncomfortably. You don't know that. I do, actually. I talked to the admissions office when I first got in. They accept deferrals for medical reasons, family emergencies, military service. They don't look favorably on financial deferrals. It suggests poor planning. And reapplying after rejecting an acceptance? It's academic suicide. You're being dramatic. Am I? You're the one going to law school. You tell me. If you turned down Columbia and reapplied next year, what would happen? He said nothing. That's what I thought. They just think I have a better shot at real success, Tyler said quietly. The kind of career that makes a difference. You'll be a good doctor, Ryan. But I could be a great lawyer. There it was again. Good versus great. Potential versus reality. Get out, I said. Ryan, get out of my room. He left. I finished packing in silence. I moved out 3 days later, taking only what fit in my car. I'd already secured an apartment near the Johns Hopkins campus, splitting it with 2 other incoming medical students I'd found through a Facebook group. I'd found a part-time job at a pharmacy that would work around my classes. I'd applied for every loan, every scholarship, Every grant I could find. My parents didn't say goodbye. Tyler sent me a text, "Good luck." I really mean it. I blocked his number. Medical school was harder than I'd imagined. Not the academics, though those were brutal. The isolation. Most of my classmates had family support, safety nets. Parents who sent care packages and visited for Parents' Weekend. Emergency funds when unexpected expenses hit. I had nothing but myself. First year started with orientation in a massive auditorium. 200 future doctors, all bright-eyed and terrified. The dean gave a speech about perseverance and calling. Around me, students whispered to parents who'd traveled to see this moment. Mothers dabbed at tears. Fathers took photos. I sat alone in the back row. The coursework hit like a freight train. Anatomy meant memorizing every bone, muscle, nerve, vessel in the human body. Biochemistry required understanding molecular pathways that looked like abstract art. Physiology connected it all into functioning systems. 8 hours of lectures daily, then labs, then studying until my vision blurred. I slept 4 hours a night. Studied until my eyes burned. Worked at the pharmacy every weekend, sometimes pulling overnight shifts between exams. The manager, an older woman named Rita, let me study during slow periods. She'd bring me coffee and tell me about her son, also in medical school, whose parents supported him fully. "You're working too hard," she said one night around 2 a.m. "When do you sleep?" "Weekdays, sometimes," I said, reviewing cardiovascular anatomy flashcards. "Your parents must be so proud." I didn't answer. I ate ramen and discounted deli sandwiches. Lost 15 pounds that first semester because I kept forgetting meals. My roommate, Daniel, was trust fund comfortable. His parents sent monthly checks. He ordered takeout and offered to share, but charity stung worse than hunger. My other roommate, Marcus, came from a working class family who'd scraped together everything to support his dream. His mother called weekly. His father sent care packages with homemade cookies. They visited for Parents' Weekend, taking photos in front of the medical school sign, beaming with pride. I worked a double shift that weekend. Thanksgiving, Daniel went home to Connecticut. Marcus flew back to Georgia. The apartment went silent except for the hum of the refrigerator and my own breathing. I picked up extra shifts at the pharmacy, studied pharmacology while restocking shelves, ate turkey from the hospital cafeteria's holiday meal service. Christmas was worse. The whole campus emptied out. Even the library closed early. I spent Christmas Eve working the overnight shift, then went home to an empty apartment and studied endocrine pathways until I fell asleep on my textbook. My phone never rang. Not on my birthday in November. Not on Thanksgiving. Not on Christmas. Not on New Year's. The silence was absolute, deliberate. I checked Tyler's Facebook once, a moment of weakness late one night. Photos of him at Columbia, networking events, fancy dinners. Our parents commenting on every post, "So proud of you. Our brilliant son. You're going to change the world." I closed the browser and never looked again. Second semester brought even more intensity. We started our clinical skills training, learning to take patient histories, perform physical exams. I paired up with a classmate named Sarah, quick-witted and kind. She asked questions about my background. I gave vague answers. "Your family's not supportive?" she asked one day during lunch. "They're supportive of my brother," I said. "That's enough for them." She didn't press. We became friends anyway, the kind formed in trenches. Late-night study sessions. Panic text messages before exams. Shared suffering that bonded deeper than ordinary friendship. First-year exams were nightmares. 3-hour written tests covering thousands of facts. Practical exams where professors grilled us on patient cases. I passed everything, but barely. Exhaustion made retention harder. Working nights meant missing some review sessions. My grades were middle of the pack, good enough but not excellent. I didn't have the luxury of excellence. I had survival. Summer between first and second year, most students went home or traveled. I stayed in Baltimore, working full-time at the pharmacy, picking up a second job as an EMT to get clinical experience. The EMT work paid poorly but taught me more than any textbook. Real patients, real emergencies. A grandmother having a heart attack. A construction worker with a crushed leg. A kid who'd fallen from a tree. I learned to stay calm when everything went wrong. To make decisions fast. To compartmentalize fear and focus on the next step. Marcus stayed in Baltimore too, doing research with a cardiology professor. We got an apartment together, just the two of us. Smaller, cheaper, but ours. He understood the money struggles, never suggested splitting costs unevenly even though his parents occasionally sent help. We cooked together, cheap meals bulked out with rice and beans. Studied together through second year. Found Jen and Sarah along the way, forming our tight study group. The four of us against the overwhelming material, against the isolation, against the constant feeling of drowning. I didn't hear from my parents at all. Not on my birthday. Not on holidays. The silence was absolute. Second year, I started finding my rhythm. Made some friends. Met a study group that became like a second family. Sarah, Marcus, and Jen. We suffered through anatomy together, memorized pharmacology until we dreamed in drug names, practiced physical exams on each other until we could spot a suspicious mole from across a room. Second year meant deeper dive into pathology and pharmacology. Understanding not just how the body worked, but how it broke down. What happened when genes mutated, when infections took hold, when organs failed. We learned the mechanisms of disease and the drugs that fought them. The workload intensified, but so did my efficiency. I learned to study smarter, not just harder. To focus on high-yield material, to connect concepts instead of memorizing isolated facts. My grades improved. Middle of the pack shifted to upper third. Sarah asked once why my family never visited. "We're not close," I said. It was easier than the truth. She nodded like she understood, even though she couldn't possibly. Her parents called weekly, sent care packages monthly, visited every few months. Her father, a mechanic, would drive 8 hours just to take her to dinner. Her mother, a school secretary, saved money all year for those visits. I tried not to feel bitter about it. Failed most of the time. Winter of second year, I got pneumonia. Started as a cold I ignored, became bronchitis I worked through, finally turned into full pneumonia that landed me in the student health center. The doctor, a tired woman in her 50s, looked at my chart and frowned. "You need to rest," she said. "At least a week. No work, no classes. I have exams next week. You have pneumonia. You need rest and antibiotics. I can't miss a week of work. I'll lose my job." She studied me for a long moment. "What about family? Someone who can help you out financially for a week?" "No family." Understanding crossed her face. She'd seen students like me before, the ones grinding without safety nets. She wrote prescriptions, gave me samples of medication to avoid pharmacy costs, and a note from my professors requesting extensions. I worked through it anyway. Couldn't afford to lose the pharmacy job. Took the antibiotics, slept when I could, studied through fever and cough. Marcus covered for me when I was too weak to stand, making sure I ate and took medication. Sarah brought notes from lectures I missed. Jen quizzed me on material while I lay on the couch, barely conscious. They kept me afloat. I passed the exams. Barely, but I passed. Third year brought clinical rotations, the transition from classroom to hospital. Finally, we were working with real patients under supervision. Surgery rotation came first, brutal hours and brutaler attendings. I worked 80-hour weeks, scrubbed into operations, held retractors until my arms burned, learned to survive on vending machine food and stolen naps in call rooms. I discovered I loved emergency medicine during my ER rotation. The chaos, the snap decisions, the variety. Every shift was different. Every patient was a puzzle. Chest pain could be heartburn or a heart attack. Abdominal pain could be appendicitis or ovarian torsion or a dozen other things. We had minutes to figure it out, to order the right tests, to make the call. I was good at it. Really good. Something about the pressure brought clarity. When everything was urgent, when there was no time to second guess, my mind clicked into focus. Pattern recognition. Rapid assessment. Decisive action. My attending physician, Dr. Patricia Chen, was a force of nature. 15 years in emergency medicine, she'd seen everything and forgotten nothing. She pushed us hard, expected excellence, accepted nothing less. "You've got instincts," she told me after a particularly chaotic shift. "Good ones. You thinking about emergency medicine?" "Maybe," I said, not wanting to seem too eager. "You should. You're wasted in specialties where you have time to think. You're better when you have to act." She started giving me more responsibility. Let me run codes under supervision. Taught me procedures. Showed me how to read a trauma bay, how to prioritize when 6 patients needed help simultaneously, how to deliver bad news to families. Fourth year, I applied for emergency medicine residencies. Top programs across the country. Dr. Chen wrote me a recommendation that made me sound like a superhero. Sarah, now interested in pediatrics, helped me practice for interviews. Marcus, going into cardiology, critiqued my personal statement until it shone. Match day came in March. The day medical students across the country learned where they'd spend the next few years training. Envelope opening ceremonies, tears and celebrations, futures decided in an instant. I opened my envelope alone in my apartment, hands shaking. Massachusetts General Hospital. Emergency medicine. I stared at the paper, reading it over and over. MGH. One of the best programs in the country. They wanted me. For the first time in 4 years, I wanted to call my parents. To share this moment, this victory. To prove I'd made it despite everything. I didn't. Instead, I called Marcus, who'd matched into cardiology at Johns Hopkins. Then Sarah, who'd matched into pediatrics at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. Then Jen, who'd matched into psychiatry at Stanford. We celebrated together that night, the four of us who'd survived medical school as a team. They were my family now. Graduation came in May. White coat ceremony, diplomas, photos. Sarah's parents took pictures of our group, insisted I be in all of them. Marcus's mother hugged me, told me she was proud of me like I was her own son. Jen's father, a surgeon himself, shook my hand and said I'd become a fine doctor. I smiled and thanked them and ignored the hollow ache in my chest where my own family should have been. Residency was 4 years of controlled demolition. They broke us down and rebuilt us as doctors. I worked 80-hour weeks, sometimes more. Lost more patients than I could count. Saved more lives than I ever imagined possible. Learned to make life and death decisions in seconds, to tell families their loved ones weren't coming home, to stitch and stabilize and solve problems under pressure. I moved to Boston in June, found a tiny apartment in Allston that I could barely afford. Residency paid better than medical school, but not by much. Enough to stop working side jobs, at least. Enough to occasionally buy groceries instead of just ramen. Intern year was hazing disguised as education. 30-hour shifts. Overwhelming responsibility. Patients whose lives depended on decisions I wasn't qualified to make. Attendings who taught through intimidation and mockery. Sleep deprivation so profound I sometimes hallucinated during shifts. I made mistakes. Everyone did. Ordered the wrong test. Missed a subtle finding. Made a patient wait too long. Most mistakes were caught by senior residents or attendings. A few weren't. I learned from every single one, carrying them like weights. One night during intern year, I lost a patient I should have saved. 30-year-old guy, came in with chest pain. I thought it was anxiety, maybe costochondritis. Sent him home with reassurance and ibuprofen. He coded in the parking lot. Massive heart attack. Dead before the ambulance got him back inside. My attending, Dr. James Morrison, found me in the medication room afterwards, staring at nothing. "First one?" he asked. "First one I killed." "You didn't kill him. His coronary arteries killed him. But you missed it, and that matters. I should have gotten an EKG. Should have run troponins. Should have done a lot of things. But you didn't, and now you'll never make that mistake again. That's how you become a good doctor, Ryan. You carry every mistake, learn from it, and do better next time." What if there's a next time? There will be. You'll make different mistakes. Miss different things. But you'll catch more than you miss, save more than you lose. That's the job. He was right. Over the next 4 years, I caught things others missed. Saved patients who would have died. Made the right call when seconds mattered. But I never forgot that 30-year-old guy in the parking lot. Never forgot what it cost when I was wrong. I met Jennifer during my second year of residency. She was a nurse in the ICU, brilliant and funny and completely unimpressed by doctors. We worked a trauma case together, a motorcycle accident with multiple injuries. I was running the resuscitation, barking orders, trying to save a guy who was crashing fast. "We need more blood," I said. "Already called for it," Jennifer replied, 2 steps ahead. "Someone needs to call the OR. Done. They're ready for him. And we need 4 access in his left arm, fluids running wide open, and I already paged anesthesia. Anything else, doctor?" I looked at her properly for the first time. Blonde hair pulled back, green eyes sharp and knowing, slight smile playing at her lips despite the chaos around us. "No," I said. "You've got it covered. Usually do." We saved that patient. Afterwards, I found Jennifer charting at the nurse's station. "Thanks for your help back there," I said. "Just doing my job." "You're good at it." "I know." She glanced up at me. "You're not bad yourself. For a resident." High praise. Don't let it go to your head. You still have a lot to learn. She was right about that too. We started talking during shifts. Then grabbing coffee during breaks. Then having actual conversations that had nothing to do with medicine. She told me about growing up in Maine, about her big Italian family, about how she'd wanted to be a doctor but chose nursing because she preferred spending time with patients over making diagnoses. I told her about medical school, about residency, about the challenges of emergency medicine. Kept it surface level at first. She didn't push. One night after a particularly brutal shift, we went to a diner at 3 a.m. The place was nearly empty, just us and a few insomniacs. We ordered breakfast food and coffee that tasted like despair. "You ever wonder if it's worth it?" I asked. "All this. The hours, the stress, the things we see." "Every day," Jennifer said. "Then I have a patient squeeze my hand and thank me for taking care of them, and I remember why I do this." "You're better at the emotional stuff than I am." "That's because you're a doctor. You're trained to fix problems, not feel them." "Is that a bad thing?" "It's a survival thing. But you can't close yourself off completely, Ryan. I've seen doctors do that. They become excellent diagnosticians and terrible human beings. You think I'm closing myself off? She studied me across the table. I think something hurt you before medicine. Something that made it easier to focus on problems you can solve instead of feelings you can't fix. I didn't answer. She was too close to the truth. You don't have to talk about it, she continued. But whatever it is, don't let it make you cold. You're a good doctor because you care. I see it in how you treat patients, how you talk to families. Don't lose that. We went on a date the following week. Then another. Then suddenly we'd been together 6 months, and I couldn't imagine life without her. She asked about my family 8 months into our relationship. We were at her apartment, cooking dinner together, when she noticed I'd listed her as my emergency contact on some paperwork. I don't mind being your emergency contact, she said carefully. But shouldn't it be family? You are family. You know what I mean. I stopped chopping vegetables. Told her everything. The acceptance letter. The choice. The ultimatum. Tyler's potential. The disownment. The decade of silence. She listened without interrupting, her hand in mine. They sound horrible, she said when I finished. They thought they were being practical. They were being cruel. She pulled me into a hug. You deserved better. You deserved parents who celebrated both their sons, who supported both your dreams. What they did was unforgivable. You think I should forgive them anyway? No. I think you should do whatever feels right for you. But I also think you turned out pretty amazing despite them, not because of them. And I'm glad you chose yourself. That sealed it. I'd found someone who understood, who didn't push me toward reconciliation or forgiveness. Who simply accepted my choice and supported me. We got engaged during my 3rd year of residency. Small proposal, just us and a beach in Cape Cod. She was the best thing that had ever happened to me. We planned a small wedding, set for the following year after I finished residency. My 3rd year of residency, I heard through an old college friend that Tyler had made partner at a prestigious Manhattan law firm. He was 31 years old. Youngest partner in the firm's history. The friend sent me a link to the announcement, probably thinking I'd be proud. There was a photo of Tyler in an expensive suit, confident smile, corner office visible behind him. The article mentioned his impressive track record, his high-profile cases, his brilliant legal mind. It quoted him talking about his upbringing, how his parents had sacrificed to give him opportunities, how grateful he was for their support. No mention of a younger brother. No mention of what that support had cost. I looked at it once and closed the browser. Jennifer found me staring out our apartment window. You okay? She asked. Tyler made partner. Big law firm. He's doing well. And how does that make you feel? I don't know. I should feel something, right? Pride, jealousy, anger. But I just feel nothing. He's a stranger who happens to share my DNA. Then that's your answer. She was right, as always. Jennifer and I got engaged my final year of residency. Small proposal, just us and a beach in Cape Cod on a clear September day. I'd been planning something elaborate, but in the moment, watching her walk along the water, I realized simple was better. Jennifer, I said, dropping to one knee right there in the sand. She turned, eyes widening. Ryan, I love you. You've made me believe in family again. You've shown me what support actually looks like. I want to spend the rest of my life with you, building something real. Will you marry me? She was crying before I finished. Yes. Obviously yes. The ring was modest, all I could afford on a resident's salary. She loved it anyway. We planned a small wedding for the following October, after I finished residency. Her family embraced me immediately. Her father, Marco, owned a construction company and treated me like the son he'd never had. Her mother, Angela, taught me her family recipes and asked about my childhood. I kept my answers vague at first. Eventually, over Sunday dinners at their house, I told them the truth. Angela cried. Marco got angry, the protective father ready to defend his future son-in-law from people who'd wronged him years ago. You're part of our family now, Angela said, taking my hands. You'll never be alone again. She meant it. They all did. Jennifer's 3 siblings, 2 sisters and a brother, welcomed me into their chaotic, loving dynamic. Family dinners every Sunday. Holidays celebrated with noise and laughter and too much food. Birthday celebrations that felt genuine. It was everything my childhood hadn't been. We got married on a Saturday in October. 40 people, mostly Jennifer's family and our friends from the hospital. Sarah flew in from Philadelphia, where she was thriving in her pediatrics fellowship. Marcus came from Baltimore, bringing his new girlfriend. Jen drove from California with her partner. They were the closest thing I had to blood family, the people who'd kept me afloat through medical school. Sarah gave a toast about our study group, about how I'd always been the calm one in a crisis. Marcus told embarrassing stories about our shared apartment. Jen talked about how I'd helped her through her own family struggles. Jennifer's little sister, Maria, was the maid of honor. Her speech made everyone cry, talking about how her big sister had found someone who deserved her, who understood her, who chose her every single day. The only empty seats were the ones we didn't reserve for my family. A few guests asked about them. Jennifer's family knew the story, handled questions with practiced deflection. Ryan's family couldn't make it, covered everything without inviting more questions. I danced with Jennifer under string lights, surrounded by people who actually cared about us. For the first time since I was 22, I felt completely whole. I finished residency that June and took a position as an emergency medicine attending at Boston Medical Center. The pay jump from resident to attending was staggering. Suddenly I could afford things. A nicer apartment. A reliable car. Groceries without calculating every dollar. The ability to take Jennifer to dinner without checking my bank account first. We bought a house the following year. A real house in a neighborhood full of young families, with a yard and a mortgage and a spare bedroom that Jennifer kept looking at with a meaningful expression. "We should wait," I said one night, catching her staring at that room again. "Wait for what?" "Until we're more established. Until we've saved more. Until we're ready?" She smiled. "Ryan, we're both 32. We have stable careers. We own a home. We love each other. When will we be more ready?" She was right, as always. The attending position was everything I'd hoped for. I worked shifts in the emergency department, saw everything from minor injuries to major traumas. Heart attacks and strokes, overdoses and accidents, children with mysterious fevers and elderly patients with falls. Every shift was different. Every patient was a puzzle. I was good at it. Really good. Within 2 years, they promoted me to assistant director of the emergency department. Within 4, I was director. I managed schedules, handled conflicts, improved protocols. Made the department run better. But the best part was still the medicine itself. The patient who came in with vague symptoms who turned out to have a dissecting aortic aneurysm. Catching it meant saving his life. The teenager with abdominal pain who had appendicitis, getting her to surgery before it ruptured. The elderly woman with a fall who actually had a subdural hematoma, identifying it before she declined further. Every save mattered. Every correct diagnosis vindicated the choice I'd made at 22. Jennifer made partner at her hospital during my 4th year as an attending. We celebrated with an expensive dinner, toasting her success. She'd become a clinical nurse specialist, mentoring new nurses and improving patient care protocols. Her work mattered just as much as mine. We were happy. Genuinely, deeply happy. We took vacations, weekend trips to Vermont and Maine. Hosted dinner parties with friends from the hospital. Built traditions, inside jokes, a shared life. Emma was born on a Tuesday morning in May. Labor lasted 14 hours. I held Jennifer's hand through all of it, feeling completely helpless for the first time in years. Doctors made terrible patients and worse family members of patients. I knew every complication that could happen, every statistic, every risk. "Stop catastrophizing," Jennifer said between contractions. "Your daughter is fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine." She was right. Emma arrived screaming, healthy, perfect. 7 pounds 3 ounces of pure miracle. I held her in the delivery room and cried for the first time since I was 22. "Hi, Emma," I whispered. "I'm your dad. I promise I'll never make you feel worthless. I promise I'll support your dreams, whatever they are. I promise you'll always matter." Jennifer, exhausted and glowing, smiled at us. "She's lucky to have you. We're lucky to have each other." Sarah threw us a baby shower before Emma was born. Marcus and Jen flew in for it, bringing ridiculous gifts and terrible jokes. Jennifer's family went overboard with tiny clothes and equipment we probably didn't need. My attending physician from residency, Dr. Chen, showed up with an absurdly expensive stroller. "You're going to be a great father," she told me. "You care about people. That's what matters most." No one from my biological family came. They didn't even know Emma existed. She would grow up without grandparents on my side, without an uncle who took her to ball games or taught her card tricks. She would also grow up knowing her father chose her mother and their future over people who saw him as less valuable than his sibling. She would know that family is built, not just born. That love is shown through action, not obligation. I was 34 years old. I had a career I loved, a wife I adored, a daughter who changed everything. I built a life on my own terms, without help from people who should have helped but chose not to. I was happy. Then my mother called. I almost didn't recognize the number. It had been a decade since I'd seen it. I stared at my phone, Jennifer watching me from across the living room where she was folding Emma's laundry. "Who is it?" she asked. "My mother." Her hand stilled. "Are you going to answer?" I let it go to voicemail. Spent the next hour wondering what she wanted, why now, after 10 years of absolute silence. Emma was napping upstairs. The house was quiet except for the sound of my own pulse. The voicemail was brief. "Ryan, it's Mom. We need to talk to you about something important. Please call back." Her voice sounded older. Tired. But still familiar enough to make my chest tight. "What do you think she wants?" Jennifer asked. "I don't know. Nothing good. You don't have to call her back." "I know." I didn't. She called again the next day. I was at work, in the middle of stitching up a kid who'd fallen off his skateboard. The phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it, focused on making even sutures that would heal with minimal scarring. Then the day after that. Then my father called. His number, at least. I'd deleted his contact years ago, but I recognized the digits. Always the same message: "We need to talk, it's important, please call back." After a week of ignored calls, Tyler called. I answered that one. I don't know why. Maybe curiosity. Maybe the part of me that remembered when we were close, before Columbia and Johns Hopkins and family choices that split us apart. "Ryan," he said. His voice was exactly the same, that confident tone that had always come so easily to him. "Please don't hang up." I said nothing. Waited. "Dad's sick," he continued. "He needs a kidney transplant. He's been on dialysis for 6 months. It's gotten worse. They've put him on the transplant list, but the wait times are years. He might not have years." My hand tightened around the phone. I was in my office at the hospital, door closed, afternoon sun slanting through the window. Outside, the emergency department hummed with its usual chaos. "Mom's not a match. I'm not a match. You're the last option. We need you to get tested, see if you're compatible." "No." The word came out flat, certain. "Ryan, please. He's our father. He's dying. He stopped being my father 10 years ago when he told me not to come back. He was angry. People say things when they're angry. You can't hold that against him forever. Watch me. Ryan, he chose Tyler's potential over my future," I said, my voice rising despite my efforts to stay calm. "Mom backed him up. You let it happen. You took their money, went to Columbia, built your career on my sacrifice. None of you fought for me. None of you even tried." "We were wrong," Tyler said. His voice cracked, and for a second, I heard the brother I used to know. "Okay? We were wrong. I've thought about it 1,000 times over the years. What we did to you. What I let them do. It was wrong. But does that mean Dad should die? He made his choice. I made mine. This is different. This is his life. It was my life too. My career. My future. But that didn't matter to any of you because I didn't have enough potential. Because Tyler was going to change the world and I was just going to be a doctor." Silence on the other end. "I looked you up," Tyler said finally. "Online. You're director of emergency medicine at Boston Medical Center. You're married. I saw a photo of you and your wife at some hospital charity event. You've done well for yourself." "No, thanks to you." "I know. And I'm sorry. I should have said no to them. Should have refused the money. Should have fought for you. But I was 24 and selfish and I wanted what they were offering. I'm not proud of that. But you're proud of making partner. Youngest in your firm's history. I heard about that. You've been keeping tabs on me?" "Someone sent me the article. I read it once. You talked about how grateful you were for your parents' support. No mention of what that support cost." "Because I was ashamed," he said quietly. "Every success I've had, there's been this voice in my head asking what it cost you. If I'd be where I am if I'd done things differently. And yet here you are, calling to ask me to donate a kidney. Not to apologize. Not to make amends. To ask for something. I'm asking for Dad's life." "No. You're asking me to save the man who told me I was less valuable than you. To risk my health for someone who chose you over me. To be the bigger person while none of you have done anything to earn it. What do you want?" Tyler's voice went sharp with desperation. "Money? An apology? Tell me what it would take for you to get tested." "Nothing. There's nothing you can offer because you have nothing I want. I have a life, Tyler. A good one. A wife who loves me. A daughter who's perfect. A career that matters. I built all of it without you. Without any of you. And now you want me to risk it? For what? For people who made it clear I didn't matter? You matter. You always mattered. Then where were you when I was struggling through medical school? When I was working overnight shifts between exams. When I had pneumonia my second year and couldn't afford to miss work, so I pushed through it until I collapsed during a lecture. Where were any of you? We didn't know. You didn't want to know. I wasn't the one with potential, remember? Tyler was worth investing in. I was just steady, reliable Ryan. Good enough for a backup plan, not worth the primary investment. We never said that." "Yes, you did. Dad said it. In the kitchen. He said Tyler had something special, that he had potential, that his path was shorter and more lucrative and more prestigious. Mom agreed. She said Tyler could shape policy while I'd just be a doctor. Like saving lives was less important than arguing cases. Silence. I remember, Tyler said finally. I was upstairs. I heard the whole thing. And you didn't say anything. I was a coward. I'm still a coward. But I'm begging you now. Please, Ryan. Get tested. If you're not a match, fine. We tried. But if you are, please consider it. He's our father. He's nothing to me. Ryan, ask the one with more potential, I said, and ended the call. I sat in my office for a long time after that, staring at nothing. My hands shook. 10 years of carefully compartmentalized anger had cracked open, spilling everywhere. Jennifer found me there an hour later. She'd called, gotten worried when I didn't answer, drove to the hospital with Emma. Hey, she said softly from the doorway. You okay? No. She came in, closed the door, sat in the chair across from my desk. Emma was asleep in her car seat carrier, oblivious to everything. Tyler called. They want me to donate a kidney to my father. Jennifer's face went hard. After 10 years of nothing. He said they were wrong. That he's thought about it. But he didn't call to apologize. He called to ask for something. Of course he did. He asked what it would take. Like there's a price. Like I can be bought. What did you say? I told him no. I told him to ask the one with more potential. A small smile crossed her face. Good. You think I'm being cruel. I think you're protecting yourself and your family. They cut you out of their lives completely. For a decade. And now they want something from you, and suddenly you matter again? That's not family. That's convenience. She was right. I knew she was right. But some small part of me, the part that was still 22 and holding an acceptance letter, wanted to believe they'd realized what they'd done. That they'd changed. What if I'm compatible? I asked. What if I could save him and I choose not to? Then you choose not to. That's your right. Your body, your choice, your life. But he'll die. Maybe. Or maybe they'll find another donor. Or maybe the transplant list will move faster than expected. But even if he does die, that's not on you. They made their choices. You're making yours. I looked at Emma, tiny and perfect in her car seat. She would grow up knowing her father stood up for himself. That he didn't let people use him, even family. Even when it was hard. You're right, I said. I usually am. I smiled despite everything. Thank you. For what? For being my family. For showing me what that actually means. She came around the desk, pulled me into a hug. We stood like that for a long time, Emma sleeping between us, the emergency department chaos muted beyond my office door. My mother called again that evening. This time I answered. Ryan, thank God. We've been so worried. I'm not getting tested, I said. Silence on the other end. Ryan, please. Your father is dying. You told me I was on my own. You told me not to come back. So I didn't. We didn't mean forever. We just needed you to understand family obligations, to put your brother first for once in your life. I put myself first. Just like you taught me to. Don't be like this. We're your parents. We raised you, fed you, clothed you. Until I was 18. Then you told me I was on my own, remember? That it would build character. Well, it did. I built a character that doesn't owe you anything. This is about a life, Ryan. Your father's life. Where were you when I was struggling through medical school? When I was working overnight shifts between exams. When I had pneumonia my second year and couldn't afford to miss work, so I pushed through it until I collapsed during a lecture. We didn't know. You didn't want to know. I wasn't the one with potential, remember? Tyler was worth investing in. I was just steady, reliable Ryan. We never said that. Yes, you did. Dad said it. In the kitchen. He said Tyler had something special, that he had potential, that his path was more prestigious. You agreed with him, Mom. You said Tyler could shape policy while I'd just be a doctor. Her breath caught. She remembered. We were thinking about the future, she said weakly. About what was best for both of you. No. You were thinking about what was best for Tyler. I was just collateral damage. Please, Ryan. I know we hurt you. I know we made mistakes. But your father is dying. You can save him. Maybe. Maybe I'm compatible and maybe the surgery goes perfectly and maybe he lives another 20 years. Or maybe I'm not compatible and you wasted your time. Or maybe something goes wrong and I end up with complications, medical bills, time away from my job. I'm an emergency medicine doctor, Mom. I need both my kidneys to be at my best. You'd have one kidney. People live with one kidney all the time. Then Tyler can donate one of his. He's not a match. We told you that. Then find someone else. Put Dad on the transplant list. Wait your turn like everyone else. The wait is 3 to 5 years. He doesn't have that long. That's not my problem. How can you be so cold? Her voice rose, shaking with anger and desperation. We're your family. Your blood. Family doesn't give up on each other, I said. Blood doesn't abandon each other when it becomes inconvenient. You taught me that. When you abandoned me. We never abandoned you. You chose to leave. After you gave me an ultimatum. After you told me my brother's future was more important than mine. After you made it clear I didn't matter as much. That's not fair. Fair? You want to talk about fair? I worked my way through medical school alone. I graduated with honors. I matched into one of the best residency programs in the country. I'm an attending physician now. I save lives every single day. I'm married to an incredible woman. I have a good life. And you know what? You missed all of it. You don't get to come back now and ask me to risk my health, my career, my life, for a man who told me I'd be on my own if I chose my own future. Ryan, please. No. I'm done. Don't call me again. Don't text. Don't send Tyler or anyone else. If Dad needs a kidney, ask the one with more potential. I hung up. Jennifer was in the doorway, tears streaming down her face. She crossed the room and wrapped her arms around me. I held onto her and let myself feel everything I'd been pushing down for 10 years. The anger. The hurt. The betrayal. The terrible, aching relief of finally saying no. They kept calling for a month. I blocked all their numbers. Tyler tried reaching me through Facebook, LinkedIn, even my hospital email. I blocked him everywhere. My mother sent a letter to our house. Jennifer intercepted it and asked if I wanted to read it. I said no. She threw it away without opening it. Eventually, the call stopped. 6 months later, I heard through the same college friend that my father had received a kidney transplant. A deceased donor had become available. The surgery had gone well. He was recovering. I felt nothing. No relief, no guilt, no satisfaction. Just nothing. How do you feel about that? Jennifer asked when I told her. I don't know, I said honestly. I'm glad he got a kidney. I'm glad he's alive. But I don't feel like it has anything to do with me. Because it doesn't, she said simply. He's a stranger who happens to share your DNA. She was right. We had a baby the following year. A daughter. Emma. She had Jennifer's eyes and my stubborn streak. We were exhausted and overwhelmed and completely in love. Sarah threw us a baby shower. Marcus and Jen came, bringing gifts and terrible jokes. Jennifer's family was there, cooing over tiny clothes and offering advice. My attending physician stopped by with a ridiculously expensive stroller. No one from my biological family came. Emma would grow up without grandparents on my side, without an uncle who took her to ball games or taught her card tricks. She would also grow up knowing her father chose her mother and their future over people who saw him as less valuable than his sibling. She would know that family is built, not just born. That love is shown through action, not obligation. Emma was 3 months old when my mother showed up at our house. Jennifer answered the door. I was in the nursery, changing Emma's diaper, when I heard voices. Jennifer's was sharp and cold. The other was familiar despite the years. I handed Emma to Jennifer when I came downstairs. My mother stood in our entryway, looking older, grayer, smaller than I remembered. Hello, Ryan, she said. You need to leave. Please. 5 minutes. That's all I'm asking. I'm calling the police. I just want to meet my granddaughter. Her eyes went to Emma, softening. Please. She's not your granddaughter. You're a stranger. Ryan, don't do this. Don't punish an innocent child because you're angry with us. I'm not punishing anyone. I'm protecting my daughter from people who might make her feel worthless if she doesn't live up to their expectations. We never made you feel worthless. You told me my brother had more potential. You chose his future over mine. You cut me out completely for choosing myself. What would you call that? A mistake, she said, her voice breaking. A terrible mistake. We were wrong, Ryan. Your father and I have talked about it so many times over the years. We should have supported you. We should have found another way. We were wrong. And yet you never reached out to apologize. Not once in 10 years. Not until you needed something from me. We thought you hated us. We thought you'd never want to hear from us again. So you waited until my father was dying to test that theory? She flinched. We were desperate. And now you want access to my daughter. Why? So you can evaluate her potential? Decide if she's worth your time? That's not fair. Neither is showing up at my house unannounced and uninvited. Ryan. She stepped forward, hands out like she might touch me. I loved you. I love you still. I'm proud of what you've accomplished. You're a doctor. You save lives. You have a beautiful family. I was wrong to make you feel like any of that was less important than Tyler's career. Was? She blinked. What? You said was wrong. Past tense. Like it's over, like it's resolved. I'm here, aren't I? Trying to apologize. Trying to make amends. You're here because you want something. Again. Access to Emma. A relationship you can post about on Facebook, brag about to your friends. The doctor's son, the perfect granddaughter. But you're not actually sorry. You're just lonely. That's not true. Prove it. Tell me about the last 10 years. Did you follow my career? Did you know when I graduated? When I matched? When I got married? My daughter's name? She said nothing. You don't know anything about my life because you never cared to know. And now you want to waltz back in because there's a baby? Because grandchildren are cute and Instagram worthy? I want to be part of your life, she said quietly. If you'll let me. Why? Why now? Because your father's surgery was a wake-up call. We almost lost him. Life is short, Ryan. Too short for grudges and pride. I don't want to die without knowing my son, my granddaughter. You knew your son. You chose to walk away from him. Because we were stubborn and stupid and wrong. But I'm here now. Doesn't that count for something? I looked at her. Really looked at her. She was older, yes, but still the same woman who'd chosen Tyler's potential over my future. Who'd backed my father's ultimatum. Who'd let me walk away without a fight. No, I said. It doesn't. Ryan, please, you need to leave. Now. Can I at least see her? Just for a moment? I'm her grandmother. You're nothing to her. You're nothing to me. Jennifer, please call the police if she's not gone in 30 seconds. Jennifer already had her phone out. My mother looked at Emma one more time, her face crumpling, then turned and left. I watched her get into her car and drive away. Then I locked the door and took my daughter from my wife's arms. You okay? Jennifer asked. Yeah, I said. I really am. Emma grabbed my finger with her tiny hand, her whole world contained in the few feet between her parents. She didn't need grandparents who would compare her to cousins, who would measure her potential against arbitrary standards. She had us. That was enough. I never heard from my mother again after that day. Tyler sent one final email a year later, informing me our father had died. Heart attack, sudden and unexpected. The funeral would be on Saturday. I was welcome to attend if I wanted. I deleted the email. Jennifer asked if I wanted to go. No, I said. He was a stranger who happened to share my DNA. She smiled sadly and kissed my forehead. I didn't mourn him. I didn't feel guilt or regret. I felt the same nothing I'd felt when I'd heard about his transplant. He'd made his choice a long time ago. I'd made mine. We'd lived as strangers and he died as one. Emma started preschool. We had another baby, a son this time. Benjamin. Jennifer made partner at her hospital. I was promoted to director of the emergency department. We took family vacations and hosted holidays and built traditions with the family we chose. Sarah, Marcus, and Jen became Aunt Sarah, Uncle Marcus, and Aunt Jen. Jennifer's parents were Grandma and Grandpa, spoiling our kids rotten and babysitting every chance they got. My attending physician from residency became a mentor and friend, teaching Emma card tricks and slipping Benjamin candy. We built a family. A real one. Based on love and support and showing up for each other, even when it was hard. Especially when it was hard. Sometimes I wonder what my life would have looked like if I'd deferred. If I'd worked to pay for Tyler's education, reapplied to medical school later. Maybe I wouldn't have gotten in again. Maybe I'd have ended up somewhere else, doing something else. Maybe I'd have built resentment that poisoned every family gathering. Maybe Tyler and I would have grown close again, or maybe the debt would have wedged between us forever. I'll never know. What I do know is this: I made the right choice. Not the easy one, not the one that kept everyone happy, but the right one. I chose myself when no one else would. I built a life on my own terms. I became the doctor I was meant to be, helped the patients who needed me, created a family who values every member equally. My parents wanted me to sacrifice my future for my brother's potential. I refused. They disowned me. And when they needed something from me years later, I said no. Some people might call that cruel. Heartless. Unforgiving. I call it justice. They taught me that potential matters more than loyalty. That some dreams are worth more than others. That family is conditional. I learned the lesson well. And when they came asking for help, for sacrifice, for the son they'd discarded to suddenly be a hero, I gave them the answer they'd taught me to give. Ask the one with more potential. Story 5.
My parents forced me to break up with my fiancé because he wasn't the same race as my sister's husband, and they wanted us to match at family photos. I married him anyway and got disowned. 20 years later, my sister's marriage is a disaster and suddenly they want to meet their grandkids. The envelope sat on my kitchen counter for 3 days before I opened it. Cream-colored, expensive paper. My mother's handwriting hadn't changed, still that careful, slanted script sheet perfected in Catholic school decades ago. I knew what it contained before I broke the seal. An invitation. An olive branch. A carefully worded apology wrapped in passive voice and conditional phrases. I was right about two of those things. "Mom, is that from Grandma?" My daughter Sophia appeared in the doorway, 14 years old and observant in ways that constantly surprised me. She'd inherited her father's dark eyes and my stubborn chin, a combination that meant she rarely let things go. "Just some mail." I slid the envelope into my pocket, but she'd already seen enough. "The fancy kind you've been ignoring all week?" Marcus walked in behind her, our son, 12 and already taller than me. He had David's build, athletic and lean, but my light brown hair that turned golden in summer. Are those the grandparents who don't like us? The bluntness of children. They never learned the elaborate dance of polite fiction that adults perfected over years of practice. "They've never met you," I said carefully. "So they don't know you well enough to like or dislike you." "That's basically the same thing," Marcus said, opening the refrigerator. "Grandma Chen brings us soup when we're sick. Grandpa Chen taught me how to fix a bike chain. Those people sent a card once when I was born and that's it. 5 times, actually. 5 cards over 12 years. Birthdays that came and went without phone calls or presents. Christmases marked by silence. They knew where we lived. David's parents had made sure of that, sending annual updates whether my parents wanted them or not. Margaret Chen was diplomatic like that, killing them with kindness while making it clear exactly what they were missing. "We're not having this conversation again," I said. "We never had it the first time," Sophia countered. "You just say it's complicated and change the subject." She wasn't wrong. How do you explain to your children that their grandparents chose aesthetics over love? That their mother wasn't good enough because she fell for someone whose skin was a different shade, whose ancestors came from a different continent? That her sister's wedding photos, those perfectly coordinated images where everyone smiled and matched, mattered more than her happiness? David emerged from his office, probably drawn by the silence that followed Sophia's observation. After 22 years together, he could read the emotional temperature of our house like a meteorologist tracking storms. "What's going on?" I pulled out the envelope and handed it to him. His expression didn't change as he read, but his jaw tightened. That was his tell. Most people thought David was impossible to read, all calm professionalism and measured responses. They didn't know that the slight tension in his jaw meant he was furious. "They want to meet for coffee," he said finally. "Just you and your mother. To talk about the past and explore possibilities for the future." He looked up. Very corporate. "Did she hire a consultant to write this?" "That's Mom's style. Everything's a negotiation." "What did Grandma do?" Marcus asked. I'd protected them from this story for years. They knew the basics, that I didn't talk to my parents, that there had been a falling out, but not the details. Not the ugliness of it. Looking at their faces now, full of curiosity and concern, I realized I'd been protecting myself more than them. "She told me to break up with your father before we got married. Said it wouldn't work out. That we were too different." "Because he's Chinese?" Marcus asked. "Because he wasn't white," I corrected. "My sister had married Brett, who's about as white as they come. Connecticut family, old money, the works. And Mom had this vision of how her family would look. Both daughters with similar husbands, grandchildren who all looked like they came from the same catalog. She called it cohesion." "That's messed up," Sophia said. David set the letter down. "What do you want to do, Lisa?" That was the question, wasn't it? What did I want? The easy answer was nothing. 20 years of silence had built a wall so high I couldn't see over it anymore. My parents had made their choice. They told me not to come to family gatherings if I insisted on marrying David. My father had refused to walk me down the aisle. My mother had cried and said I was breaking her heart, ruining everything she'd built, throwing away my future for some infatuation that won't last. We'd gotten married anyway, in a small ceremony at David's parents' house. Margaret had cried happy tears and hugged me so tight I could barely breathe. David's father had made a toast about love being stronger than tradition, about building new families from choice rather than obligation. His sister had been my maid of honor. Their cousins had filled the seats my relatives should have occupied. I'd worn my grandmother's ring, the one my mother had given me years before, back when she still believed I'd marry someone she approved of. She demanded it back after our engagement announcement. I'd mailed her an empty box with a note saying I'd sold it. The ring sat in my jewelry box upstairs, a small act of rebellion that still satisfied me 2 decades later. I don't know what I want, I admit it. You don't have to decide right now, David said. But we both knew that wasn't true. The letter had already started something. You can't ring a bell. The next morning, I called my sister. Jessica picked up on the fourth ring, her voice rushed and distracted. Lisa. Hi. I can't really talk right now. Did you know Mom was reaching out to me? Silence. Then, she mentioned something about it. And you didn't think to warn me? I didn't think she'd actually do it. She talks about a lot of things these days. There was something in her voice, a bitterness I didn't recognize. Jessica had always been the golden child, the one who did everything right. Straight A's, perfect boyfriend, wedding that made the society pages. She'd followed the script our parents had written, and I'd assumed she was happy with her role. How are you? I asked, and meant it. Another pause. It's been a difficult year. The kids? They're fine. Olivia's applying to colleges. Nathan's playing soccer. They're good kids. The way she said it suggested that was the only good thing in her life. And Brett? He's Brett. Her tone could have frozen water. Look, I really do have to go. But Lisa? If Mom wants to meet, maybe you should. She's not getting any younger, and, is she sick? No. Nothing like that. She's just different than she used to be. After we hung up, I stood in my kitchen for a long time, watching morning light filter through the windows David had installed last spring. He'd done them himself, watching YouTube videos and reading installation manuals, determined to save money so we could take the kids to Vancouver to visit his cousins. That was who we were, practical, careful, building our life one deliberate choice at a time. My parents had money. Real money. The kind that came from generations of careful investments and advantageous marriages. When I'd walked away from them, I'd walked away from that cushion of security. David and I were comfortable now. He built a successful career as a software engineer, and my work as a speech therapist paid well, but we'd done it ourselves. Every vacation was budgeted. Every home improvement was weighed against college funds and retirement accounts. I'd never regretted that choice. But standing in my kitchen, holding my mother's letter, I wondered what she saw when she looked at her life now. Did she regret hers? The coffee shop she'd chosen was neutral territory, not in our neighborhood, not in hers, but halfway between. An hour's drive for both of us. I arrived early and ordered tea I didn't want, watching the door like a suspect waiting for a detective. My mother walked in exactly on time. That hadn't changed either. She'd aged, though. Her hair was completely gray now, cut in a style that probably cost more than my monthly grocery budget. She wore cream-colored slacks and a silk blouse, pearls at her neck. She looked like she was going to lunch at the country club, not meeting the daughter she'd disowned. She saw me and stopped. For a moment, I thought she might leave. Then she squared her shoulders and walked over. Lisa. Thank you for coming. I didn't stand. Didn't hug her. Just gestured to the chair across from me. She sat carefully, arranging her purse on the back of her chair, smoothing her slacks. Buying time. When she finally looked at me, her eyes were the same blue I remembered, but something in them had dimmed. You look well, she said. So do you. We sat in awkward silence. Two strangers who shared DNA and history but nothing else. I suppose you want to know why I asked to meet, she said finally. The thought had crossed my mind. She flinched at my tone. Good. I wasn't going to make this easy. I've been thinking a lot about the past. About the choices I made. Your father and I, we had very specific ideas about how things should be. About family, about tradition, about... She trailed off. About who I should marry? Yes. She looked down at her hands. We thought we were protecting you. That you were making a mistake. That the cultural differences would be too much, that you'd be happier with someone more similar. You mean white? I mean from a similar background. The same traditions, the same values. David's values include loyalty, honesty, hard work, and family. Seems pretty similar to what you claim to believe in. Her lips pressed together. You're angry. I've had 20 years to get over being angry. Now I'm just curious. Why now? Why reach out after all this time? She was quiet for a long moment, watching baristas make complicated drinks for impatient customers. When she spoke again, her voice was softer. Jessica's getting divorced. Of all the things I'd expected her to say, that wasn't one of them. Brett's been having an affair. Multiple affairs, actually. For years. She finally found out, Found proof she couldn't ignore, and she's filing for divorce. It's going to be ugly. His family has money and lawyers, and they're going to make sure she suffers for it. I thought about my sister, about the carefully curated life she built. The perfect house in the perfect neighborhood, the perfect children in their perfect private schools. All of it built on a foundation that was crumbling. I'm sorry to hear that, I said, and meant it. But I don't see what that has to do with me. My mother looked up, and I saw something I'd never seen before in her face. Uncertainty. Maybe even shame. It made me realize I'd been wrong. About you, about David, about what matters in a marriage. Jessica did everything right by our standards, and she's miserable. You did everything wrong, according to us, and you're. She gestured vaguely. Happy. Aren't you? Very. I want to meet them. My grandchildren. I want to know them before it's too late. There it was. The real reason. Not because she'd suddenly developed empathy or understanding. Not because she'd realized that racism was wrong, that she'd hurt me, that she'd missed 2 decades of my life. But because Jessica's perfect marriage had fallen apart, and suddenly my relationship, the one she dismissed as doomed, looked stable by comparison. You don't get to do that, I said quietly. You don't get to waltz back in because your other investment didn't pan out. That's not what I'm doing. Isn't it? Jessica's life isn't working out the way you planned, so suddenly you're interested in mine? You want access to my children because your other grandchildren are going through a rough time? That's not how this works, Mom. I'm trying to apologize. No, you're trying to renegotiate. There's a difference. She blinked rapidly, biting tears. I waited for the guilt to hit me. It didn't come. Maybe I'd used up my supply of guilt for her years ago. What do you want from me, Lisa? I'm trying to make things right. You can't make this right. You can't give me back my wedding with my father walking me down the aisle. You can't give me back baby showers and first birthdays and Christmas mornings. You can't give me back 20 years of having a mother. Those things are gone. So that's it? I made mistakes, and now I'm just supposed to accept that I'll never know my grandchildren? The entitlement in her voice sparked something hot in my chest. You know what your grandchildren call David's parents? Grandma and Grandpa. No qualifiers, no explanations. When Sophia was learning to talk, Margaret was the first person she called on the phone. When Marcus broke his arm falling off his bike, Robert sat with him in the emergency room while David and I dealt with paperwork. They've been to every school play, every soccer game, every birthday party. They're not trying to be grandparents. They are grandparents. And I can't be both? You haven't earned it. She stood abruptly, her chair scraping against the floor. For a moment, I thought she was leaving. Instead, she walked to the counter, ordered coffee, and stood there with her back to me while it was made. When she returned, her composure had been carefully reconstructed. You're right, she said. I haven't earned it. And I understand if you can't forgive me. But I need you to know that I regret it. Every day. Every holiday that passes, every birthday, every milestone. I think about what I'm missing, and I regret it. That must be hard for you. Don't be cruel, Lisa. You're better than that. Am I? You didn't seem to think so when you told me I was selfish and stupid for choosing David. When you said I was destroying the family. When you told me not to come home. I was wrong. Yes. You were. And saying it now doesn't change what happened. We stared at each other across the small table, the coffee shop noise fading into background static. I saw my mother truly look at me, maybe for the first time in decades. Not as an extension of herself or a piece in her perfect family picture, but as a separate person who'd been hurt and had survived anyway. What would I need to do? She asked finally. To earn it? That was the question I'd been avoiding since I opened her letter. Because answering it meant considering the possibility of letting her back in, and I'd spent 20 years building walls specifically designed to keep her out. I don't know if you can, I said honestly. But if you're serious, it starts with understanding why what you did was wrong. Not just that it didn't work out the way you planned. Not because Jessica's marriage failed and mine didn't. But because it was racist and cruel and you hurt me in ways that don't just heal because you've decided to change your mind. She absorbed this, her coffee cup trembling slightly in her hands. I'd like to try, she said. If you let me. I drove home in silence, my head too full for music or podcasts. The conversation replayed itself in loops, each repetition highlighting something I'd said or hadn't said, questions I should have asked, boundaries I should have set more clearly. David was in the garden when I got home, pulling weeds from the vegetable patch we'd planted in spring. He looked up as I approached, reading my face with practiced ease. That good, huh? Jessica's getting divorced. Rhett had affairs. Multiple ones. He sat back on his heels. That's rough. Mom wants to meet the kids. She says she regrets everything, that she was wrong about us. And you believe her? I believe she regrets missing out. I'm not sure that's the same thing as understanding why she was wrong. He pulled off his gardening gloves and stood, brushing dirt from his knees. What do you want to do? That question again. The one I kept avoiding. I told her she hadn't earned it. That she couldn't just walk back in because it was convenient. Good. But part of me wonders if I'm being unfair. If I should give her a chance. David was quiet for a moment, looking at the tomato plants we'd staked together, the pepper seedlings that were finally bearing fruit. When Marcus was born, remember how terrified we were. How we read every book, watched every video, called my parents at midnight because we couldn't get him to stop crying. Your mom came over with soup and stayed up with us all night. And your parents sent a card with a check in it. No phone call. No visit. Just a check, like they were settling a debt. The memory still stung. I cried for hours after that card arrived, hormones and heartbreak mixing into something overwhelming. Margaret had held me while David held Marcus, and she'd said something I never forgot: the family you choose is just as important as the family you're born into. Sometimes more. She chose Jessica, I said. She chose the appearance of perfection over having a relationship with me. And now that the appearance is crumbling, she wants back in. Then she needs to understand what that costs. David took my hand. You don't owe her forgiveness. You don't owe her access to our kids. If you want to explore this, we'll do it together. But only if it's what you actually want, not what you think you should want. That night, I lay awake listening to the house settle around me. Down the hall, Sophia and Marcus slept in rooms we'd painted together, surrounded by memories we'd built as a family. David breathed evenly beside me, his presence a comfort I'd never taken for granted. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. A text from Jessica. Mom said you met. Thank you for giving her a chance. I know I don't have the right to ask, but please consider letting them meet the kids. Not for them. For Olivia and Nathan. They need to know they have family beyond the mess Brett created. I stared at the message, emotions tangling into something complicated. Jessica and I hadn't been close in years. The divide our parents created had pushed us apart, and we'd let it happen. But reading her words now, I heard the exhaustion of someone whose perfect life had imploded, who was grasping for anything stable. 3 days later, I received another letter. This one from my father. His handwriting was shakier than I remembered, the letters less precise. Inside was a single page, no elaborate preambles or corporate language. Lisa, your mother told me about your conversation. She said you're angry, and you have every right to be. I won't make excuses. We handled everything wrong. I handled it wrong. I should have walked you down that aisle. I should have met David, should have given him a chance. Instead, I let my own biases and fears dictate my actions, and I lost 20 years with my daughter because of it. I'm not asking for forgiveness. I'm not sure I deserve it. But I am asking for a chance to know the people who matter most to you, your husband and your children. Not because Jessica's marriage fell apart. Not because I've suddenly become enlightened. But because I'm 73 years old, and I'm running out of time to fix my mistakes. If you say no, I'll understand. But I had to try. Dad, I showed it to David that evening. He read it twice, then handed it back. More authentic than your mother's letter. Yeah. Still doesn't give you back what they took. No, so what do you want to do? I looked around our living room. Photos covered the walls, our wedding, the kids as babies, family vacations to places we'd saved for months to afford. David's parents appeared in dozens of them, Margaret holding newborn Sophia, Robert teaching Marcus to fish, all of us crowded around Thanksgiving tables and birthday cakes. There were no pictures of my parents. No gaps where they should have been, because we built our life without them. We created something full and complete despite their absence. I want to protect that, I said, gesturing to the walls. Everything we built. I don't want them to come in and disrupt it, to make the kids feel like they weren't enough before. Then we set boundaries. Clear ones. They don't get to be grandma and grandpa overnight. They don't get to show up with expensive gifts and try to buy affection. They meet us on our terms, in our space, following our rules. And if they can't handle that? Then we tried, and it's on them. Again. I called my mother the next day. I'll consider supervised visits, I said without preamble. Here, at our house, with David and me present. No gifts. No promises you can't keep. No trying to explain away the past or make excuses. You meet them as strangers, because that's what you are. Lisa, we're their grandparents. No. Robert and Margaret are their grandparents. You're my parents, and that's a relationship you destroyed. Anything you build with my children, you build from scratch. Those are my terms. Silence. Then, when? Sunday afternoon. 2:00. I'll text you the address. Can your father come? If he can follow the same rules. Thank you, Lisa. Don't thank me yet. You haven't earned anything. This is a chance to start earning it. Saturday night, I sat the kids down. Your grandparents, my parents, are coming tomorrow. Marcus looked up from his homework. The ones who don't like us? The ones who've never met you, I corrected. And I need you both to understand something. They made choices a long time ago that hurt me very badly. They're trying to make up for it now, but that doesn't mean everything's fixed. We're going to meet them, and you can decide for yourselves what kind of relationship you want with them. But you don't owe them anything. Not politeness beyond basic respect, not affection, not forgiveness. Understood? Are they racist? Sophia asked bluntly. David and I exchanged glances. We talked about this, about how to frame it. They were, I said carefully. They didn't approve of me marrying your father because of his race. They wanted me to marry someone white, like your Aunt Jessica did. I chose your father anyway, and they cut me off. That's really messed up, Marcus said. Yes. It is. So why are we meeting them? Because people can change. Sometimes. And because I need to know if they have. But mostly because you two deserve to make your own choices about family, just like I did. Sunday afternoon arrived with the weight of 20 years behind it. I cleaned the house obsessively, then felt ridiculous about it. Why did I care if they saw dust on the bookshelves? Why did their opinion of my home matter? Because they're still your parents, a voice whispered. And some part of you still wants their approval. I told that voice to shut up. The doorbell rang at exactly 2:00. My father's punctuality, still precise. I opened the door. They'd aged more than I'd realized. My father's hair was completely white, his shoulders slightly stooped. My mother looked smaller somehow, as if the years had compressed her. They stood on my doorstep holding nothing, no gifts or flowers, following my instructions to the letter. Lisa, my father said. His voice caught. You look just like your grandmother. Come in. They entered slowly, taking in the home David and I had built. I watched them catalog everything, the modest furniture, the handmade decorations, the photos everywhere. My mother's eyes lingered on a picture of Margaret holding newborn Marcus, her expression something I couldn't quite read. David appeared from the kitchen, and I watched my parents' faces as they saw him for the first time in 20 years. He changed too, grayer at the temples, laugh lines around his eyes. He wore jeans and a casual shirt, weekend clothes in his own home. Mr. and Mrs. Harrison, he said evenly. No handshake offered. David, my father replied. Thank you for allowing this. It's Lisa's decision. Sophia and Marcus emerged from their rooms, curious but cautious. They flanked us like protective shields, and I felt a rush of love for their solidarity. This is Sophia and Marcus, I said. Kids, these are my parents, Patricia and James Harrison. Hi, Sophia said, polite but distant. Marcus just nodded. We sat in the living room, the awkwardness thick enough to cut. My mother kept looking at the kids, her eyes hungry in a way that made me uncomfortable. You both look so much like Lisa, she said finally. People say we look like Dad too, Marcus said. And Grandma Chen says I have her father's nose. The mention of David's family was deliberate, and I saw it land. My mother's smile faltered. Tell me about yourselves, my father said. What do you like to do? What followed was the strangest hour of my life. My children, these people I'd raised to be confident and authentic, politely answering questions from strangers who shared their DNA. Sophia talked about debate team and her plans to study environmental science. Marcus described his soccer team and his growing interest in coding. My parents listened with the intensity of people trying to memorize everything, to make up for lost time in a single conversation. But there was a desperation in it that felt wrong, like they were trying to skip past the foundation and build a relationship on air. Your Aunt Jessica's children are around your ages, my mother said. Olivia is 17, and Nathan is 15. Maybe you could meet them sometime. Do they know about us? Sophia asked. The question hung in the air. My mother looked at me, then back at Sophia. They know you exist. But no, we haven't spent much time talking about you. That was wrong of us. At least you admit it, Marcus said. Marcus, I started, but my father held up a hand. No, he's right. We owe you all an apology. A real one. He turned to me. Lisa, we failed you. We let our prejudices and our pride destroy our relationship with you. We told ourselves we were protecting you, that you'd eventually see we were right. Instead, we were the ones who were wrong, and by the time we realized it, we built a wall too high to climb back over. You didn't try very hard, I said quietly. No. We didn't. We were stubborn and stupid, and we convinced ourselves that if we held out long enough, you'd come back to us on our terms. Instead, you built a beautiful life without us, and we deserve to be excluded from it. My mother was crying now, tears running down her carefully made-up face. I'm so sorry, Lisa. I'm sorry for every birthday I missed, every milestone, every moment I should have been there for. I'm sorry for making you choose, and I'm sorry for punishing you when you chose love over our approval. You were braver than I ever was. Sophia looked at me, her expression questioning. I nodded slightly, she could speak. Why did you care so much about Mom marrying someone white? She asked. Like, what difference does it actually make? My mother struggled with this, searching for words that wouldn't sound as ugly as the truth. I was raised in a different time, she started. That's not an excuse, Marcus interrupted. Lots of people from your generation aren't racist. You're right. It's not an excuse. The truth is, I cared more about appearances than substance. I wanted a certain picture of what our family would look like, and when Lisa didn't fit that picture, I tried to force her to change rather than changing my own narrow view of what a family could be. That's really messed up, Marcus said again. Yes. It is. We sat in uncomfortable silence. David got up and brought water for everyone, the host he'd always been even in this bizarre situation. What happens now? My father asked. Where do we go from here? I thought about this, rehearsed different versions. But sitting here with my parents and my children, the answer felt simpler than I'd expected. I don't know, I said honestly. I don't know if we can fix this, or what a relationship between us would even look like. But if you're serious about trying, it has to be slow. No expectations. No demands. You don't get to be grandparents just because you've decided you want to be. You have to earn that, just like anyone else would. We understand, my mother said. And you have to accept that David's parents are grandma and grandpa. That won't change. If you become part of their lives, it'll be as something different. Maybe Patricia and James. Maybe something else. But you don't get to take the place of people who've actually been there. That's fair, my father said. And you have to talk to Jessica, I added. You have to acknowledge to your other grandchildren that you had another daughter, that she has children, that you chose not to know them. They deserve that truth. My mother nodded, wiping her eyes. Can I ask you something? I said. Why now? Really? Not the version about Jessica's divorce or realizing you were wrong. The actual, honest reason you're here. My parents looked at each other, communicating in that silent way long married couples develop. I'm sick, my father said quietly. Not imminently dying or anything dramatic. But I had a heart attack 6 months ago. Mild one, but it was a wake-up call. Made me realize I might not have as much time as I thought I did. And the idea of dying without ever having met your children, without having told you how wrong I was, I couldn't accept that. So you're here because you're afraid of dying with regrets. Yes. That's part of it. But it's also because that heart attack made me reevaluate everything. What matters? What I built my life around. And I realized I'd sacrificed the important things, you, a relationship with your family, for things that didn't matter at all. Image. Reputation. Some ridiculous idea of family cohesion that was really just prejudice dressed up in prettier language. Sophia stood up abruptly. I need some air. She walked outside, and Marcus followed her. Through the window, I watched them sit on the porch steps, heads together in conversation. They're good kids, my mother said softly. They are. We raised them to think for themselves, to question things that don't make sense, to stand up for what's right. Even when it's uncomfortable. You did that too, my father said. When you married David. You stood up for what was right, even when we made it as hard as possible. I shouldn't have had to choose. No. You shouldn't have. David excused himself, giving me space to navigate this without him. I appreciated the gesture but missed his steady presence immediately. What do you want from me? I asked. Really? A relationship? Forgiveness? Just to ease your conscience? I want to know you, my mother said. The person you've become. I want to understand your life, meet your friends, know what you do for work and what makes you laugh. I want to know my grandchildren, if they'll let me. I want to try to build something real, even if it's small. And if I can't give you that? Then we tried, my father said. And at least we'll know we didn't let pride and stubbornness keep us from even attempting to make it right. The kids came back inside, their faces serious. We talked, Sophia said. And we think you should know that we're okay with whatever you decide. If you want to try having a relationship with them, we'll support that. If you don't, we'll support that too. But don't do it for us. This isn't our decision. When did you get so wise? I asked. I have excellent role models, she said, and I saw her glance at David's photo on the wall, the one from his college graduation, his parents beaming beside him. My parents stayed for another hour. We talked about surface things, their home, my work, David's recent promotion. They asked about our plans for Sophia's upcoming 15th birthday, about Marcus's soccer tournament next month. They were careful not to overstep, not to assume they'd be invited to these events. When they left, my mother hugged me. It was brief and awkward, our bodies remembering the shapes of each other but not the warmth. My father gripped my hand, his eyes wet. Thank you, he said. For this chance. After they'd gone, David found me in the kitchen, staring at nothing. How are you feeling? Confused. Angry. Sad. Hopeful? I don't even know. That's probably accurate. Did I do the right thing? You did the honest thing. That's all you can do. That night, Jessica called. Mom and Dad just left my place. They told Olivia and Nathan about you, about your kids. The whole story. Olivia's furious with them. Nathan just looks confused. How do you feel about it? Relieved, honestly. I've hated keeping that secret. It felt like covering up a crime. She paused. I'm sorry, Lisa. I should have stood up for you back then. I should have told them they were wrong. You were 24 and newly married. You had your own life to figure out. That's not an excuse. I let them drive this wedge between us, and I didn't fight against it. I just accepted it because it was easier. We both made choices. Yours was braver. We talked for an hour, really talked, for the first time in 20 years. She told me about Brett's affairs, about the lawyer battles and the custody negotiations. About how her perfect life had been a performance she'd maintained for so long she'd forgotten who she actually was underneath it. I envy you, she said. You knew who you were and what you wanted, and you didn't let anyone talk you out of it. Even when it cost you everything. It didn't cost me everything. I gained David and the kids and a life I actually chose. What I lost was people who wanted me to be someone I wasn't. I'm starting to figure that out now. 20 years too late. It's never too late to figure out who you are. Over the next few months, my parents visited 3 more times. Each visit was carefully scheduled, time-limited, and supervised. They followed every rule I set, never pushed for more than I offered. They were polite to David, respectful to the kids, and honest about their past mistakes. But something was missing. Some spark of real connection. It felt like we were all performing roles in a play about reconciliation rather than actually reconciling. Then my father called. Not my mother, which was unusual. I need your help with something, he said. And I understand if you say no. But I'm going to ask anyway. What is it? I'm restoring an old car. A '67 Mustang. It was my father's, your grandfather's, and I've been working on it in my garage for years. I could never get the engine right. David mentioned he used to work on cars with his uncle. I was wondering if maybe he'd come take a look. Just him and me. No pressure, no expectations. Just 2 guys working on a car. I was so surprised I didn't answer right away. Lisa? You want to spend time with David? Alone? Yes. I know I don't deserve his time or his expertise. But I'd like to try to know him. Not as your husband or my grandchildren's father. Just as himself. I told David about the request. He was quiet for a long time. What do you think? He asked. I think he's trying. I don't know if it's genuine or if he's just going through the motions, but he's trying. And if I go and it's awkward and terrible? Then it's awkward and terrible, and you never have to do it again. David went that Saturday. He was gone for 4 hours. When he came home, his hands were covered in grease and his expression was thoughtful. "How was it?" I asked. "Interesting." He apologized. For everything. For how he treated you, for the things he said about me, about Chinese people in general. He didn't make excuses or try to explain it away. He just said he was wrong, that he'd let his prejudices control him, and that he was ashamed of it. "What did you say?" I told him the truth. That he'd hurt you badly, that I'd watched you cry on anniversaries and birthdays and holidays when you missed having your parents. That his choices had consequences he couldn't just apologize away. And that I'd spent 20 years being grateful he'd cut you off, because it meant I got to build a life with you without his interference. How did he take that? He cried. Your dad just stood there in his garage, covered in car grease, and cried. Said he deserved every word and probably more. Then we went back to working on the carburetor. That's it? That's it. We fixed the car. Talked about engines and compression ratios and whether the Mustang or the Camaro was the better muscle car. Normal stuff. It was. Fine. Just fine? He's not going to be my father, Lisa. We're not going to have some Hollywood reconciliation where everything's fixed. But he's trying to understand the person you chose to marry, and that's something. My mother's approach was different. She asked to go shopping with Sophia. Sophia agreed, but only if I came too. We went to the mall, and I watched my mother navigate conversation with a teenage girl who had no patience for nonsense. Why did you really want to meet us? Sophia asked, characteristically direct. I mean, you didn't want to know us before. What changed? My mother didn't deflect or soften it. I was wrong before. I let my own biases and fears control me, and I missed out on knowing your mother for 20 years because of it. When I realized how much I'd lost, I wanted to try to salvage what I could. So it's about you. What you want? Yes. That's true. But it's also about wanting to know the people who matter most to your mother. About trying to understand the life she built, the family she chose. And about not making the same mistake twice. What mistake is that? Choosing pride over love. Sophia considered this. Okay. But you should know we don't need you. We have grandparents. We have family. Mom built that for us, and it's really good. So if you're going to be part of our lives, you have to add something. You can't just take up space because you're biologically related. My mother smiled, genuine for maybe the first time since I'd reconnected with her. You're just like your mother. Speaking truth even when it's uncomfortable. I learned from the best. Yes. You did. They spent 2 hours together, and when we got home, Sophia's assessment was simple, she's okay. Still figuring out if I trust her, but she's okay. Marcus was harder to win over. He had David's loyalty and my stubbornness, and he didn't see any reason to make it easy for people who'd hurt his mother. My father tried talking to him about soccer, about school, about his coding projects. Marcus was polite but distant, giving nothing away. Then one day Marcus's team made it to the regional finals. It was a huge deal, the biggest game of his season. David's parents were coming, of course. Extended family from David's side. Friends from school. The stands would be packed. My phone rang the morning of the game. My father. I know I don't have the right to ask, he said. But is it okay if your mother and I come watch Marcus play today? We won't sit with you. We won't make it about us. We just want to watch our grandson play soccer. I almost said no. It felt too soon, too much. But something made me pause. Okay. But you sit separately. You don't make a big deal out of being there. If Marcus asks about it after, I'll tell him you came. If he doesn't ask, we don't mention it. They came. I spotted them in the stands, sitting far from our group, watching quietly. Marcus played brilliantly, scored 2 goals, assisted on another. His team won, and the celebration was chaotic and joyful. In the parking lot afterward, as we were loading up the car, Marcus stopped. Were those your parents? In the stands? Yes. They asked if they could come. I said it was okay. He was quiet for a moment, processing. They stayed for the whole game? They did. Did Dad's parents know they were there? I told them. Grandma Chen said it was fine with her if it was fine with you. Marcus nodded slowly. Okay. That's okay. A week later, he asked if he could send them a photo from the game. We helped him pick one out and draft a short email. My father wrote back immediately, thanking him for sharing it, congratulating him on his goals. The exchange was brief and slightly awkward, but it was something. The real turning point came 6 months after that first coffee shop meeting. Jessica called me on a Tuesday night, her voice tight with strain. Brett's lawyer is trying to prove I'm an unfit mother. They're dredging up everything, old college partying photos, anything they can twist. And his family is backing him because they don't want to pay alimony. Mom and Dad are helping with legal fees, but it's not enough. The lawyer bills are insane. What do you need? I don't know. A miracle? Evidence that I'm actually a good parent? Brett's been poisoning the kids against me, telling them I'm the reason the family fell apart. Olivia barely talks to me. Nathan's angry all the time. I'm losing them, Lisa. What about your friends? Your support system? She laughed bitterly. You mean the people who were really Brett's friends? Who were part of his world, his social circle? They've all vanished? Turns out when you're the wife of a successful executive, you have lots of friends. When you're the ex-wife who's making waves, you're suddenly difficult and bitter and not worth the drama. I thought about what I'd built, the friends I'd chosen, the community I'd created. None of it depended on David's job or social status. It was real, earned, based on genuine connection. Come visit, I said. Bring Olivia and Nathan. Stay for a week. Get out of that environment and remember who you are. Lisa, I can't impose like that. You're not imposing. You're family. The word surprised both of us. After 2 decades of distance, calling her family felt strange. But it was true. Whatever our parents had done, whatever walls had been built between us, she was still my sister. They came the following weekend. Olivia was guarded and defensive, Nathan was sullen and angry, and Jessica looked exhausted. But David's mother showed up within hours of their arrival with enough food to feed an army, and David's father engaged Nathan in a conversation about woodworking that somehow got the kid talking for the first time in days. We didn't try to fix everything. We just existed together. Sophia showed Olivia her debate notes and let her tag along to a team meeting. Marcus invited Nathan to play basketball with his friends. David took Nathan to his company's hackathon to show him what coders actually do. And Jessica and I talked. Really talked. About our childhood, about the pressure to be perfect, about the different ways we'd each try to earn our parents' approval. You just stopped trying, she said. You decided your happiness mattered more than their approval, and you walked away. I kept trying. I married Brett because he checked all their boxes. I built this perfect life because I thought that's what they wanted. And none of it was real. It's not too late to build something real. I'm 38 years old, getting divorced, with 2 teenagers who hate me and a legal battle that's draining every resource I have. When exactly am I supposed to start building this real life? Right now. Today. You start by being honest with your kids about what happened. You start by showing them who you actually are, not who you think you should be. You start by choosing yourself, even when it's hard. My parents visited during that week. It was unplanned, they'd heard Jessica was staying with us and wanted to check on her. But watching them interact with all their grandchildren at once was revealing. Olivia confronted them directly. You cut off Aunt Lisa because she married Uncle David. Did you ever think about how racist that was? My mother flinched but didn't look away. Yes. It took me far too long to realize it, but yes. We were racist. We thought we were preserving family unity, but really we were just preserving our own narrow view of what family should look like. And we were wrong. And now you want us to just accept that you've changed? Nathan asked. Just like that? No, my father said. We don't expect you to accept anything. We're trying to do better, to be better. But we can't undo the past. We can't give back what we took from your aunt, from your cousins. We can only try to do right going forward. That's a nice speech, Olivia said. But how do we know you mean it? How do we know you won't just cut someone off again when they don't fit your perfect family picture? My mother looked at me, then at Jessica, then back at Olivia. You don't know. We've broken your trust, all of you, and trust has to be earned back. All I can tell you is that I'm ashamed of the choices I made, and I'm trying to learn from them. To be someone you could actually be proud to call your grandmother. I'm not calling you grandmother, Marcus said flatly. You're just Patricia to me. That's fair, my mother said, and I saw genuine hurt cross her face. But she didn't argue, didn't try to claim a title she hadn't earned. That evening, after my parents left, Jessica and I sat on the back porch while the kids played basketball in the driveway, all 4 of them, cousins who'd never met until this week, laughing and trash talking like they'd known each other forever. You built something good here, Jessica said. Something real. So can you. I don't know how. I don't know who I am outside of being Brett's wife and someone's mother. I've spent so long performing for everyone else that I forgot there was supposed to be a real person underneath. So figure it out. You're staying with us for a week. Use the time. Try things. See what feels authentic. She did. Over that week, Jessica took long walks by herself. Read books she'd been meaning to read for years. Cook meals without worrying about whether they were sophisticated enough. Play board games with the kids without checking her phone every 5 minutes. And slowly, I saw glimpses of the sister I remembered from childhood, funny, creative, sharp-witted, emerging from beneath the polished exterior she'd maintained for so long. When she left, she hugged me hard. Thank you. For not holding a grudge. For letting us be part of your life. We're family, I said. The messy, complicated, real kind. Not the matching photo kind. She laughed, crying a little. Yeah. This kind is better. A year later, Jessica's divorce was finalized. It was ugly and expensive, but she got primary custody of both kids and enough support to rebuild her life. She sold the massive house she'd lived in with Brett and bought a smaller place near her work. Got a therapist. Joined a book club. My parents continued their slow, careful integration into our lives. They never pushed, never demanded more than we offered. They showed up to soccer games and debate tournaments. They remembered birthdays with thoughtful gifts rather than expensive ones. They asked questions and listened to answers. Marcus started calling them Patricia and James, and the formality of it seemed to suit everyone. Sophia occasionally asked them about family history, about my grandmother and the grandparents she'd never met. They answered honestly, including the parts that weren't flattering. David's relationship with my father evolved into something resembling friendship. They worked on the Mustang together most Saturdays, and while they'd never be close, there was mutual respect. My mother and Margaret had coffee occasionally, navigating the awkwardness of being co-grandmothers with surprising grace. It wasn't perfect. There were still moments when old wounds surfaced, when I remembered everything they'd missed and felt that anger all over again. Days when my mother said something thoughtless and I had to remind her why that was hurtful. Times when Marcus asked why they'd treated me that way, and I struggled to explain prejudice to someone who'd been raised to see it as fundamentally wrong. But it was real. Messy and complicated and sometimes difficult, but real. 2 years after that first coffee shop meeting, Sophia graduated middle school. Both sets of grandparents came to the ceremony. Afterward, we had a party at our house, David's extended family, our friends, my parents, Jessica and her kids. The backyard was crowded with people talking and laughing, multiple conversations overlapping. I stood at the kitchen window, watching David man the grill while Marcus and Nathan tried to teach my father how to play cornhole. Margaret and my mother were deep in conversation with Jessica about college applications for Olivia. Sophia was showing some cousins from David's side her science fair project. It looked nothing like the perfect family photos my mother had once envisioned. It was chaotic and diverse and loud. It was exactly what families should be. My mother appeared beside me. "Thank you," she said quietly, "for giving us this chance." "I didn't do it for you," I said honestly. "I did it for me. Because I needed to know if forgiveness was possible. If we could build something new from the wreckage of what was destroyed." "And can we?" I watched my father laugh at something David said, watched Marcus patiently explain the rules of the game again. "We're trying. That's all any of us can do." She nodded, accepting that. "Your father and I talked about giving you something. Not a gift exactly. More of a correction." "What do you mean?" "When you got married, we refused to contribute to your wedding. We didn't give you the money we'd set aside, the money we later gave to Jessica. That was cruel and petty, and it was wrong. We'd like to give it to you now. Not as a wedding gift 22 years late, but as acknowledgement that we should have supported your choice from the beginning. I don't want your money. Then put it toward the kids' college funds. Or take a family vacation. Or donate it to charity. But please accept it. Not because it erases what we did, but because it's the only tangible way we have to acknowledge that we were wrong." I thought about refusing. About maintaining that boundary, keeping them at arm's length. But I looked at David outside, at the life we'd built together, and realized that their rejection didn't have power over me anymore. Taking their money didn't mean forgiving everything. It just meant accepting their attempt to make amends. "Okay," I said. "We'll put it toward college funds. For all 4 kids, Sophia, Marcus, Olivia, and Nathan. Equal shares." My mother's eyes filled with tears. All four? Lisa, you don't have to. Jessica's family too. And her kids have been through enough. If you're trying to make things right, make them right for all of us. She nodded, wiping her eyes. Thank you. For being better than we deserve. I'm not doing it for you. I'm doing it because that's what family does. They show up. They support each other. Even when it's hard. Even when it would be easier not to. That evening, after everyone had gone home and the kids were asleep, David and I sat on the back porch in the quiet. Your parents are trying, he said. I'll give them that. Yeah. They are. How do you feel about it? Really? I considered the question, testing my feelings like probing a sore tooth. Complicated. I don't think I'll ever fully forgive them for those 20 years. For missing our wedding, for not being there when the kids were born. For choosing their prejudices over me. But I can accept that they're trying to be better now. And maybe that's enough. Is it enough for you? I think so. I spent so long being angry, being hurt. And I had every right to those feelings. But holding on to them was exhausting. Having them in our lives on our terms, building something new instead of trying to resurrect what died, this feels manageable. David took my hand. You know what I realized watching everyone today? Your mother wanted matching family photos. Perfect, coordinated images of family unity. But what we have is better. It's real. It's honest. It includes everyone who wants to be included, and it's built on choice rather than obligation. He was right. The family photos from Sophia's graduation were chaotic, different skin tones and ages and styles all jumbled together, people's eyes closed or looking the wrong way, candid shots full of genuine emotion rather than posed perfection. They were beautiful. My mother eventually let go of her vision of aesthetic perfection. My father learned to judge people by their character rather than their background. They became part of our lives, not the parents I'd lost, but something different. Something earned rather than assumed. And I learned that forgiveness doesn't mean forgetting. It doesn't mean accepting what happened or pretending it didn't hurt. It means choosing to build something new while acknowledging the past, carrying the scars but not letting them define every future interaction. 20 years of silence couldn't be erased by 2 years of effort. But those 2 years prove that people can change, that growth is possible even late in life, and that family can be rebuilt, differently than before, but rebuilt nonetheless. Sophia asked me once if I regretted anything. If I wished I'd handled things differently, tried harder to maintain a relationship with my parents from the beginning. No, I said. Because if I'd compromised then, I would have taught you that love is conditional. That you should change who you are to make other people comfortable. That some people's approval is worth more than your own happiness. And I never want you to believe that. Even if it meant missing out on having grandparents for all those years? Even then. Because you did have grandparents. You had Grandma and Grandpa Chen. And they taught you that family is about showing up, about loving people as they are rather than trying to mold them into who you think they should be. That's worth more than any genetic connection. She thought about this. So Patricia and James are just extra? They're the family we chose to let back in. On our terms. When they were ready to actually be family instead of playing pretend. That makes sense. And it did. All of it. The pain and the forgiveness, the boundaries and the bridges. The complicated, messy reality of real relationships rather than the simple fiction of perfect families. My parents never became the grandparents they could have been if they'd been there from the start. But they became something, present, trying, honest about their failures. And in the end, that mattered. Not because it erased the past. But because it proved that even people who make terrible choices can learn, can grow, can become better than they were. And that's worth acknowledging, even when forgiveness is still a work in progress. The revenge, if you could call it that, wasn't in rejecting them forever or making them suffer. It was in building a life so full and complete without them that their return didn't fix anything, it just added complexity to something already whole. They didn't get to be saviors riding in to rescue me from a life they'd imagined would fall apart. They got to witness what I'd built despite them, because of my choices, because I'd refused to let their prejudice determine my worth. And maybe that was the best payback of all, proving them wrong by being happy, by raising good kids, by choosing love over their approval and never regretting it. Not for a single day.